October 14th, 12:14 p.m. District Court Lobby. Defendant number 2. Wait, that doesn't make any sense. My sis! I could have sworn I heard Mia's voice. So then, she's still alive? Inside your heart. Nicky boy! Oh, Mr. Wright. Is it true the detective is the real killer? Is it true that the detective is the real killer? To be honest, we don't have any definitive proof. But he's the only one who could have done it. But wasn't he at the Lovely Taylor that night? Not to mention, we don't know his motive. I mean, why would Detective Atme want to kill King Blood? Oops, it's almost time. Better get back to the courtroom. I need to find some solid proof, and it's gotta happen sooner rather than later. Courtroom. Good day, sir. How are you doing, Francis? How does the things... I forgot my bot. How goes things? Francis, real quick, you mentioned the raid thingy. That has actually been on YouTube for like 6 months to a year. So I don't know if they're actually gonna implement full raids. Maybe someday. But yeah, that live thing that goes into your own videos and or live streams. That is actually, why doesn't Kat do that? Why didn't Kat do that? Why doesn't Kat do that tonight? Now that I'm thinking about it, if she does 2 games tonight, yeah, it's for your only stuff. Wait, it's not. Wait, what? You're saying that you can actually do with other people now? You can actually send people to a different link? Wait, I misread what you said. It's actually, you can actually send it to a different person now? I must have misread what you said. To be fair, I read it when I woke up and then I didn't reread it. So now others can do it too. After their channel first. Okay, hold on. I'm rereading it now. You have to enter their channel first, assuming that's to prevent hate raids and stuff. Then they added without pinning an announcement. Okay. Okay, so I'll try it. I'll try it later. I literally read it as I was when I first I opened my eyes and that was me. I was like, it's all like sleep. Yeah, okay. That's cool. He's late on the news. I wasn't even paying attention. That's cool. I obviously misread it. Yeah, we'll try to start using that. That was a few hours ago that I did that. You sent that at 6:37 a.m. my time, bro. What's up, Kat? How are you doing? So, yeah, let's, I mean, I guess if that works, I'll have to start doing that. I mean, I guess we can start trying to use it and see how it works, if it works out. If it did work out. How are you doing, Kat? Good to see you. Now the court is back in session. I hope you're having a good day at work today, Kat. All the good day at work. I usually don't take breathers until I sit down. So, bro. Whew. Not the best, quite stressful. Oh, man. Well, I hope it gets less stressful, and I can provide you all the entertainment. Hearts.
Mr. Luca, please take the sun.
Well, how do you do, someone? All the entertainment. Every last bit of it.
I never would have thought to see you so acting so recklessly.
I couldn't let them hand down your verdict just yet. Not when you would have given your perfect alibi. An alibi by the name of Master Mask.
I'm sorry, I'm afraid the great Luke at me has no idea what to mean. Of course, I've been in the courtroom ever since 10 o'clock this morning. I'm afraid there's no way I could have known what's going on here. You've been in the defendant's seat all day long, correct? Being tried in Master Mask. Indeed, that's truly a child's play to fool the ignorant masses. Not only did the poor fools ask me to protect their valuables, they even gave me a gorgeous reward upon returning their own property to them. Take this red diamond ring sparkles upon my divine finger, for example. That's a huge clue. I did not know that. This is that red stone that he was talking about in the Blackmail letter. He just gave himself up. I did not put that together, that this is his red stone, until he said the red diamond ring. And it's been there the whole So, you continue to insist that you are, in fact, Master Mask. And he's been messing with it since the beginning, and it's been sparkling to get our attention on it and everything, bro. It's like the game has been shouting at us, just screaming at me, look at me! I don't know what made it make me think that I had to look at him. Some random reason, you know? Oh, man. Of course. Kind of how Adrian Andrews was also holding the card, sorta. Yeah, I can see it. Yeah. Like it wasn't playing as like large of a role as this one does, but it's still the same idea. For sure. Of course. Very well then, look at me. Let us begin with a simple question.
You know what I forgot to do? I forgot to post in Discord. Okay, there we go. I have now posted in Discord.
On October 12th at 1 a.m., King Bullard was murdered. Where were you at the time?
Well, without even knowledge, that's the knowledge that should be ashamed of himself. Guys, why didn't we just move courtrooms and get the other judge? And Payne.
But don't worry, I'll not hold it against you, Sir Judge. I'm moving character.
No, I guess it wouldn't make sense for us to have a whole new judge, because then we'd have to explain everything to him. Also, Payne wouldn't know anything, so I guess it makes more sense to have Atme come to here rather than us use that other. But it would have been fun to have a new judge. Payne we could have lived without. All right, Mr. Atme. Speak, the night of the murder. Speak. We're all ears.
As you wish, Sir Prosecutor.
The alibi.
I was still the honest Master Mask, just as I announced I would. I had more than enough time to prepare. It was a pathetically easy job. A photograph contains no words, but in this case, no one turned out to be my witness. At the time at which the camera captured Master Mask was the same time as the murder.
Wait. But the question becomes, who is the one that's in the mask-to-mask costume that is coming out holding the box? That's the other question. Because it's at 1 a.m. And at 1 a.m., both Luke at me and Ron Delight were both at KB Security, over a half an hour away. Now, I can believe that they were both there, and then it took, because Atme even said it took that he was out for a half an hour, right? He said he was knocked unconscious for a half an hour, which means that he's probably saying that he actually took a half an hour to get back to the warehouse. What's up, Miko? How are you doing? But then that leaves the question, who the F is in the mask-to-mask costume? It couldn't be Adrian Andrews, because the whole incident of what happened with the urn was separate of that picture, because the paint on the box and all that stuff was already there. I'm doing good, Miko. And I'm glad to hear you're doing good. So it really becomes the question of who the F is wearing the mask-to-mask costume inside this one. If it's not Luke at me, or it's not Ron, right? Questions.
It seems the main discussion point of the discussion of the photo of the crime scene.
Everything else up until now was all part of his plan. Whom the fudge is in that costume? Exactly my question. There has to be a secret to this picture as well. Maybe it was taken at 1 a.m. on a different day? No, that doesn't make sense.
Even a great Master Mask cannot be in two places at once. Now then, if you'll excuse me, I have a further to receive.
Unfortunately, Mr. Atme, we still have to do your cross-examination.
A fool is too foolish to know he is a fool.
Bro, was he trained by Von Karma? Miss Von Karma Jr.? I think he's trying to say that you're full of it, Nick. I think he's trying to say that we're fully foolish, fool-hearted foolery, who has fully fooled him foolish self into tomfoolery. Classic Von Karma. The only thing that's full of it is his alibi. The alibi. Okay, Penguin, I know, right?
I was standing there in this Master Mask, just as I announced I would.
Oh wait, hold on. Let me press this. So, this photograph is proof, correct? And the man in the photo is certainly wearing a mask. Lurk activate. Training noobs. Okay, have a good time lurking, Miko.
That is why I'm called Master Mask.
But conveniently, that also means there's no way to tell who this really is.
Bro, what do you mean?
Ha! Are you saying this in fact is not Luke Atme? That it could be an accomplice dressed up as Mask to Mask to create an alibi?
What an interesting idea. How you say that alone, Luke? I had an accomplice.
I mean, I guess. The only person... Okay, I guess there could have... No. No, I mean... If he had one accomplice, he might need multiple. Hold on. So let's save here. Let's save here. Boom. And go and say name that accomplice for the moment. I don't think it's necessarily this. If Luke Abney was KB security during the murder, then Master Mask in the picture has to be a fake. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, you had an accomplice. Now remember you said that, Mr. Wright, because there's no going back. It's okay, I saved. There's of course going back. You're making baseless claims. I'll treat you to a penalty myself. That penalty is probably boiling hot too. Getting chucked in the face with the coffee. So, Mr. Wright, who was it? It was my badge! I'm kidding, guys. Calm down. Bro. What if it was Desiree, bro? I mean, it could have been Adrian. But it would have had to have been a separate time. But why would Adrian be fighting for it? Like, what? Case closed! It was Gumshoe! Case closed! Okay, I don't think we actually have evidence yet for who could be his accomplice. I don't even know if he had an accomplice. I mean, he had to have an accomplice, right? But who? I mean, out of all the people that we have, none of them really make too much. I mean, the people that make most sense to be an accomplice here are the wife, what's her face, Desiree. I don't know how she has the connection to Luke Abney, but you know, she could be this. Adrian Andrews could be it. I don't know why she would be it. Or Larry Butts. No, we can say Larry Butts wasn't there because he picked up the wallet at KB Security. So you can definitely say he wasn't there. Could have been Godot. Yeah, Godot is his partner. I think we don't have the evidence we need right now. I'm about to find out. If it takes us back to the option to choose both of them again after I do this, then I know that it's probably not presenting a person. Or, is there evidence that says a person somehow? I don't think so. Alright, let's try her. I don't think it's right though. It was this person. That's quite the prank you're trying to pull. Do you have any evidence that this person is in fact the accomplice? Oh, I have to provide evidence too? The aura that this person had around them. If you're going to touch me from my door, you be right up there as #1 suspect, Mr. Wright. I jumped the gun on that one. Oh, we're supposed to find out who his accomplice is further in the testimony and go back, maybe? Let me make sure this is what that was. So, we kind of have to find out who it is prior. Okay, so let's say this for now, and then go with the rest of them. Okay, so we can just come back to this. Wait, I don't have any idea right now. Baseless object. Hold on. Wait. I missed too much there. Hold on, let me go back really quick. I skipped something that was red, because I didn't think it was going to have any important information in it, but it clearly did. Okay, so let's see this. Give it up. Okay, so let's see. If Luke Abney was at KB Security during the murder, then the mask-to-mask picture has to be a fake. Oh, wait, we already knew that. Then there really was an accomplice. But right now, I have no idea who it was. Okay, so that's what we were. Okie dokie.
I had more than enough time to prepare. It was a pathetically easy job.
I believe Adrian Andrews hired you at one point?
That's right. It was over 20 days ago, if I'm not mistaken.
You sent the calling to Lord Lee Taylor 10 days before the heist. That would mean that you sent out the card after you began your security watch, correct?
Indeed, there was no reason why I couldn't do both jobs at once. It was perfect opportunity to steal my latest target.
I guess he's talking as mask to mask. He's trying to.
I see. You truly are evil, aren't you?
He's trying to get the alibi. So he's gonna pretend like he is mask to mask as much as he can.
Yeah, evil is what I am.
Hey, Nick, isn't there something odd about this? Detective Atney was always proud of his ace detective skills, right? But if the urn was stolen from Lord Lee Taylor while he was the only one watching it, he'd have no way to maintain his perfect ace detective persona. You know, that's true. It is kind of odd. So we're supposed to... Wait, what just happened? So, this alibi is false? It has to be, or he couldn't have killed Mr. Bullard at KB Security. I didn't actually press that last one. Oops. But I'm not really spotting anything unusual. There are two possibilities. Either mask to mask and the photo is a fake, or the photo itself is... That's what I was starting to think, is that the photo itself is fake, and it was taken maybe on a different night or something. This man was in control of the photos. The photo that we got came from a program this guy made.
A photograph contains no words, but in my case, one turned out to be my witness.
So, by photograph, you mean this piece of evidence here, correct?
Indeed, it is that very thing that proves I committed the crime.
The very thing that proves you committed the crime. When you think about it, it's really odd. You say that almost as if you had this picture taken on purpose. He was simply caught by the very camera he had set up. Okay, bro, but look at the picture. You guys notice something odd about it? Notice something odd? Look at down here. Do we see any paint on the bottom of this? Do we see the tag or anything that suggests that this is the same box that was dropped? This is clearly taken on a different night. This is clearly taken on a different night with a different box. It's might be the same size-ish as the box, but we have no signifying features that this is the same box Maya made that had the urn in it. The main signifying feature would be all the paint splotches on the bottom of the box. That's not something he would just be able to just ignore and get rid of. So this has to be a different box than the other one. So either this had to be taken on another night, or he manipulated the time, or he set the time to be an hour later in there. He just set the time. So like what I said when I said the time zone thing, where he could just set the time an hour ahead, and then it's now 1 a.m. at 2 a.m. Is what the computer would see it as. He was simply caught by the very camera that he had set up. Yeah, real smart ace detectiving skills, bro. We all have days like that. Bro, super ace detective. Set up a camera and caught himself. I mean, it would prove that he's not an ace detective. maybe kind of a smarter play. I mean, honestly, let's be real. He's already shown more intelligence than every other character in the show right now. in the entire game. He's evil, but at least he had a plan, right? He didn't just go in there and just get through by the straps of his, like, the just barely hanging on every single time. Definitely complicated. Yeah, right. Like Phoenix, every single time, it's make it or break it. It's the last chance he has every time. You know, it's always like, if I don't do this right now, we're gonna lose everything, and it happens like 20 times a case. So, you know, he's not exactly. Could you imagine? I don't think I would be a lawyer very long if that's how I ran my cases. I would feel like I was not doing a good.
Turns out there was no such thing as perfect crime after all. Life is truly an ironic thing, a sad, brutal melody.
Yes, I would be. I'd probably lose my job after the first time I threw my badge at someone. It looks like I'd better gather more information now. If he's truly the killer, there's got to be something phony in that photo. Okay, I didn't hit the. Oopsie. No! I didn't hit the last one. Press this. About the camera that took this photograph.
Oh, come now, it's all too clear what you're thinking. Huh? You think I altered the timestamp on his photograph, don't you?
I'm afraid that's impossible. The camera was set up by Lordly Taylor, and on top of that, no, the camera was set up by Luke Atme, and his program was used. Wait, no. Yeah, didn't they say that the camera was Luke Atme? All the rest of the stuff was... No, he said all the security stuff was Lordly Taylor. And then what he owned and what he controlled was the program itself, not the equipment. He did say that Lordly Taylor provided the security equipment, and then he provided the program. It was Lordly Taylor's staff that printed that picture's data. Unfortunately for the defense, there's no way that picture could have been altered.
Mushroom!
Looks like I better find something else that could be suspicious. So this alibi is false? Okay. The time at which the camera captured Massimo was the same time as the murder. Back from a meeting. Welcome back. Welcome back. We closed the case 2 more times, and it was great. We found out Gumshoe did it, and then we did it. Yeah, it's classic, right? So we're at exactly. Maybe we present this photo here. I mean, there's contradictions in the photo. But I don't know if Phoenix is actually going to bring it up if I present the info. Okay, let's go ahead and save. Let's bring up the picture here, because there's contradictions in the picture. See if he mentions him. Nope. No. The picture is not what we do there.
Was the same time as the murder.
Well, not the exact same time. I wonder if it's gonna be like that, bro. That would be dumb. I wouldn't have appreciated that at all. If it was because of the time being like 4 minutes off. Oopsie. That's not what I meant to do. Okay, so this said he had an accomplice here. So who would the accomplice be? Adrian Andrews is literally the only person who could have been an accomplice. I mean, I guess we could say that Adrian Andrews is the accomplice, and then that... No, I mean, no, because that could... No, that doesn't make sense. So, if we press this, we'll get to a point where we can suggest an accomplice. Which feels like the thing we're supposed to do. But we were given another thing about the photo being fake. I wonder if I present the picture here. He did not prepare enough. He definitely didn't prepare enough. No, that wasn't it. It said we need to use the photo as contradiction? That's what she said. That the thing was a contradiction. Contradiction. Maybe we use the paint. One turned out to be a witness. Let's try the paint stains here, maybe? Oh, maybe the paint. Oh, that was wrong. Anyways. I mean, that's still a contradiction. It's still a contradiction. But it's not the contradiction they want. Maybe they really do want me to just go here. And actually present... Well, let me repress this again. So this photograph is proof, correct? The man in the photo is certainly wearing a mask. Okay, so we already... But conveniently, that also means that there's no way to tell who this really is. Okay, so... Let's say that he had an accomplice. You gonna watch my first video? Nice, Echo. Now remember that you said that. We're skipping this because we've already read this. So the fact that we have this option right here tells me that this is the right path. Is that we really do need to provide a accomplice here. What if we said Mask to Mask was his accomplice? Wait a second. No way. Would it be that easy, bro? That'd be kind of funny, actually. If we said Mask to Mask is his accomplice. Wait, maybe that's it. Maybe that's actually it. That'd be kind of funny. We gotta try it. What if we gotta try it? We're gonna try it. Maybe it's it. It was this person. I guess not. Ha, that's quite... yeah, so it wasn't that. Could you imagine if that was actually the answer? That would have been hilarious. Press the... Wait, but I did. You're saying I have to press it twice? Baba, retracted. Sorry. So, by photograph, you mean this piece of evidence. Sorry, Cat. I read it too fast.
Indeed it is. That is the very thing that proves I committed a crime.
The very thing that proves you committed the crime. Wait, is this different than what we just said? Did I repress this earlier?
Surely you understand by now. Only Taylor provided a camera. There's no way I could have tampered.
This is different dialogue. These double pressing things are bull. Did I not press it earlier, bro? Or did I have to go press something else and then come and press this one again? You retracted because I did what was needed to be done? You're saying I'm going wrong now? But this is different dialogue, isn't it? Isn't this different dialogue?
That means I could not have killed Kim Bullard unless I had accomplice.
Come on, think long and hard about that night. The basement warehouse and that picture, in this picture, that supposedly captures it. There's got to be something funny about this picture. Yeah, there's lots of things funny about this picture.
Are you implying that this picture is a fake?
You bet I am. There's definitely something strange about this picture. We took a look around at the basement warehouse tonight, before the theft took place. And there's something in this photo that doesn't match my memory of that night.
Very well, let's hear what you have to say. What about this photograph do you find funny?
Well, get out of my face, hair. A couple of things. The splotch here and the box. I'll point to this because it could be talking about either the statue or the splotch or the box. And if this one isn't, then it's the thing. The funny part is right here.
What? This is a blood stain. Ah, blood. Oh, now this is getting interesting.
Not exactly. This stain is actually pink paint.
Oh, just paint. And peach colored at that.
Oh my word. From blood to peaches, the judge sure loves going on his wild tangents. The problem with this photograph is not the paint. The problem is when you consider the layout of the warehouse basement. The problem is, when you consider the layout of the basement warehouse, it turns out that something should be there that is nowhere to be seen.
Well, Mr. Wright, what's supposed to be in this picture instead of the paint stains?
The supervisor of treasure exhibit stated the following. Well, there's a good reason for that. On the day of the crime, around noon, a golden statue just happened to arrive from the mountain training hall. I realized that the statue would be the perfect size for covering up the paint stains. That's why I put it where you first saw it. I myself was there the night the theft took place, and saw the statue in that spot. If this picture was truly taken on that night, then the statue should have been there. But when I went there the day after the theft, the statue of Old Bag was sitting in the corner. Oh my word. Old Bag. What a savage, bro. That's not Old Bag, that's Ami Faye. Or known by Pearly, I am Faye. Bro,
Perhaps it was somehow pushed there accidentally?
Your Honor, the statue is slightly larger than yourself, and quite heavy. It would take more than an accidental push to move it that distance. Ha! In that case, can you prove it? Can you give us rhyme and reason as to why that statue was moved that night? Can you do it, Nick? Never mind who moved it. The real question is, why did they move it?
Well, Mr. Wright, I hope you're prepared for your answer. Now then, who was the one who moved the golden knight on the statue of the golden statue at the night of the crime?
Ami Faye used her ghostly powers and classic situation. Luke at me, I guess. I mean, why would he move it though? Like, what would be the point in him moving the statue? Unless he got in a fight. But who did he get in a fight with? Adrian Andrews? I mean, it was Froggy sneeze. Achoo! Achoo-ha! What's up, Brandy? It could have been Adrian. I mean, really, it's like Adrian or Atme. It's like the only people it could have been. I'm gonna go with Atme. I don't think it's Adrian, but we're trying it first, just because I don't know why. Mr. Godot, a man should be able to answer his own questions. That's what I think. Right now, I'm busy trying to come up with my own 2 answers. Why is coffee black? And why is it bitter? I don't know. It's just the, why is sugar sweet, bro? We could actually go into the reasons why, like the chemical composition, the molecule of coffee and or sugar or whatever has a very specific placement, and it falls into these sensory things. Sensory what is it called on like your tongue, and you can smell stuff too. So and then it causes a electrical signal to go into your brain, a specific electrical signal will go into your brain. It goes beyond that. Goes beyond that, bruh. Like, why is it that like that in the first place? Well, again, if we're talking about the molecules, why is coffee black? If we're going into that, we're going into what is bitter? Why did we name things bitter? What is black but the absence of light, or the absorption of all light? So that means that coffee actually absorbs most light. Interesting to think about. Bro, we could go really deep into this. We can go into the deepest parts. So are we drinking light? A lot of absorbed light. Yeah, for sure. Absorbed light. I guess. Yeah, so black is the absorption of all light. So, I guess we're drinking light. I mean, really, we're surrounded by electromagnetic waves of all sorts. We just use visual spectrum to see. It's crazy.
Mr. Wright, what is it? You've messed up.
What are you doing, Nick? Yeah, bro. Let me go and put at me. I mean, that was kind of the answer I probably should have went with in the first place. But I made it more complicated than it needed to be in my head. The one who moved the statue is none other than Look at Me!
Come now, sir lawyer. There you go again on one of your strange solutions. Mr. Wright, what basis do you have for your strange solutions?
It's very simple. The witness was the only one in the basement warehouse that night.
That is indeed very simple, however. Why would I want to move the heavy golden statue?
The reason for moving the golden statue. Here's where a battle really begins. He got in a fight or something. I still don't know. Because the sword is off to the side. He had to hit his head or something.
Well, Mr. Wright, what reason did the witness have to move the statue?
The reason can be found here in this photograph. Look at me. You pretended to be mask to mask to create an alibi showing that you were at Lordly Taylor that night. Wait, hold on. He moved the statue to correct his alibi, therefore ruining his alibi? I'm confused. Let's continue. But this photograph contains a single fatal flaw. If the statue had been there, your lie would be exposed like a cheap film at a drugstore. Wait, I'm confused. How would the statue being there would have confirmed it? If he had never moved the statue, we would have seen the statue there. Maybe there's got to be more to it, obviously. But I'm still kind of curious how this is.
A single fatal flaw?
Interesting theory. Please enlighten us. Just where in this picture does this lie exist? Okay, so it wants us to find it out. Okay, thinking about, he's saying that if he didn't move the thing, his lie would be exposed. But keeping it there would help him. Bro, keeping it there would have helped his case, not harmed it. I must be missing something. I must be missing some crucial piece of information here. I can't look at my court record or anything. So he pushed it out of the way because it had gotten that day. I still don't get why you would push it out of the way. If he left it here, the paint stain would have been covered, and it wouldn't have moved. Because in my mind right now, Phoenix is saying it would have still been moved when he was there. When was the photo taken? It was taken at, well, Hypercats, I understand it might not be the right time. But the thing is... So, the statue, Phoenix was there the night of, right? He wasn't directly in there when it happened. It was there and then it wasn't between like a bunch of hours, so like could have easily moved between that space. I understand you want me to oopsie. Oh, I did not mean to click. Wow, I didn't even mean to do that. I didn't mean to click that, bro. Hypercats, you've beaten the game and you know the answers. So you're essentially telling me that it has something to do with the time. It would have to be taken on a different day. No, because the statue was only there for a day. Hypercat spoiling and bully every stream.
Who was the one who moved?
Let's see what that means. Oh, well, I mean, he pretty much told me that I have to click the time, right? So, I don't know why I'm clicking the time. Exactly, but Hypercats did tell me I'm clicking the time in this picture. That's pretty much what, that's exactly what, you literally told me how to solve this, by the way, Hypercats. That wasn't a hint, that was literally, Pat, I'd like to solve. Naturally, the lie in this photo is the timestamp.
What do you mean?
Yeah, I don't know why it's the timestamp exactly, but sure. Let's find out. I'll tell you exactly what I mean. On the night in question, Luke Adamy went to KB Security and murdered Kane Bullard. Yes. Therefore, it's obvious. Sure, yeah. Totally obvious. Yeah. Yeah. It's super obvious. Duh. It's like with the thing and the stuff, bro. Oh, man. I saw it like a long time ago, bro. Oh, man. I totally know what's happening. I just wanted to see if, like, you guys knew what's happening. Want to see, like, if you guys know what's happening before I know. So, just, like, because, bro, I don't want to be, like, telling you what's going to happen. I just, like, wanted to make sure you guys knew before. Therefore, it's obvious. It would be impossible for him to be a Lordly Taylor at this time. Well, we haven't... But the thing is that we haven't confirmed his position in KB Security. So we're just proving that he couldn't be in both places at the same time with this. We're not actually proving that Adamy was there. We're just proving that he couldn't be in both locations at the same time. There must be more to this. There must be more to it because, like, we don't have proof. Statue being moved? What time were we there? What time were we there the first time? What's up, Patrick? How you doing? So, were we there at like 1 a.m. and the statue wasn't moved? Were we there at like 1 a.m. and it wasn't moved at that time? That must be what the case is right here. Is that the piece of information I'm missing is when we were there at the exhibit. So we were there at like past 1 a.m. that morning. I didn't think we were there at 1 a.m. You're playing a game there, Patrick? Nice. So I still don't understand. Let's move on. Let's move on and see if he explains it.
But what does that have to do with a statue being moved?
Remember, if you will, Your Honor. When was the statue placed beside the warehouse door? Earlier that day, and it wasn't moved, and we didn't know it was moved until the next day.
Well?
The statue was taken down to the warehouse on the day of the crime. And it was placed there in order to cover up the paint. Exactly. Luke Atney had already decided on the time he was going to kill the victim. And so, in order to create an alibi for that time, he took this picture days before the murder took place. Well, that makes sense. But why am I clicking? That's what I was saying before. To a soundtrack. Oh, nice. So I was overcomplicating it? I mean, I already said that. I already said that it was taken on a different day. I guess it makes sense. I guess the only way I could say that it was taken on a different day is by clicking the time. So I guess it makes sense of why I had to click the time. Is because, but I mean, yeah, it was just me not realizing that I had to click the time in that situation. Because I had already suggested it was that. That was one of the cases being closed already, clearly. Exactly. What the? Of course, the statue hadn't been brought down to the basement warehouse yet. Oh. So, on the day of the crime, Mr. Atney must have been quite nervous. Yeah, okay, so say he does move it, but why was the sword bent and broken? And on the other side of the room? What's the reason for all of the other stuff that happened? Like, what? If he... I'm confused. Let's continue. As nervous as a long-tailed cat in a rocking chair factory, so to speak. Oh my word. What a strange analogy. Why? Because that wasn't supposed to be there. Had to be brought down in place where it wasn't supposed to be. And that is why Luke Atney had to move the statue on the night of the murder. He did it to make the room match with the way it had been in his photo.
Order! Mr. Administrator! One moment, have we forgotten this? What's that? The data for the basement warehouse computer. According to this, according to the camera, didn't take off the night of the crime.
That's the South saying? Ah. I did not know it was a South saying. What's up, Doyle, by the way? It's true that the camera had been set up by the Lordly Taylor staff. However, the program used to manage that data was yours. That alone would have allowed you to tamper with the data.
Order, Mr. Gordo. What estimate is this? Gordo, I warned you about making me wait to put that coffee down.
No, Judge. My 11th cup. I've promised to drink no more than 17 during the trial. Which means I'm still good to the last drop.
However, the defense has a very good point.
A good point. So what? We are all the travelers on a road of infinite points. I think he's got his points mixed up with his other points. So, you say this photograph was taken ahead of time, and the statue was moved in order to make it match. That's a very interesting idea. However, there's one point that cannot be denied, which is 12th cup. That it's only a possibility. Men that are trapped by the chains of maybe can never reach their dreams. No way! Don't fall for that, Your Honor. Hey, Mr. Damask.
Yeah, sir.
If there's no funny business in your actions as Mask Damask, there should be no problem with you telling us your strategy. So let's hear it.
Yes, please provide this court with your testimony about your plan to steal the sacred urn.
That's very odd. That's very odd. He's going to tell us. I mean, he's not. We know he's not it, but he's like testifying how he stole something so he can get out of a murder charge. Very unique case. Nice, Miko. You got this.
I first received a request from Wright about 20 days ago. The urn was placed in the Parsons' body. It was sent to the warehouse. Hence, I was actually unable to open the urn, for myself until the day of the crime. I knew it was extremely valuable treasure, so I sent my card 10 days beforehand.
Unique case, and the bad guy is actually smart. This bad guy may be the most intelligent. I honestly think that this guy is the most intelligent character in the entire series so far. That beats out. I mean, Von Karma tends to has some pretty smart things sometimes. Von Karma Jr., not Senior. But like he definitely seems like. I mean, he's evil. But he definitely has more brains. He set up a more complicated ruse than any other person in this game could set up. So this is our contradiction already. He knew it was an extremely valuable treasure. It was not.
So I sent my card 10 days beforehand. I then handled security by myself to ensure my trial kind of go smoothly. At last I held the urn in my hands for the first time. At 1 a.m. on October 12th.
Liar. That's pretty much all the stuff we've heard before, isn't it? Yeah, but we'll still find the truth hidden in the nuggets of the new information he gave. So, my question is what did Phoenix put his hands on inside the jar? And since Desi Delight gave us... Was it Desi Delight that gave us the jar, the urn? Does that mean that Desi actually had something to do with it as well? She said she stole it from... his place. So maybe we can assume it has the urn. We never got the fingerprints off the urn to confirm that Phoenix's fingerprint, that's really what he touched when he reached inside the case. We can probably assume that's what he that it was actually what he's touched, but I mean, they stopped us from getting the fingerprints, which tells me that they might not actually be there and that Phoenix touched something else. Sorry, it's kind of off topic because it'll probably come up later though. If there's something about it, it'll come up later for sure.
No mistakes this time. Very well, Mr. Wright. You may begin your cross-examination.
The Sacred Urn Heist.
I first received a request from Wright about 20 days ago.
Hello, we back. I am super pale. I am the most pale person that has ever paled. I pale in comparison. I'm echoing on myself. I pale in comparison to how pale I looked before. Now I look really pale. I'm a ghost! Woo! I'm the most pale. I need to change the coloring on the camera. I mean, compared to what I see, I am so freaking pale, bro. What I see on my skin tone compared to that, bro, is like crazy bright. I'm like so pale. It's not what I see when I look at my skin. Camera. Properties. Configure video. White balance. White balance. A little bit. Ish. Works. Close enough. Bum bum. Bum bum ba da dee do. Welcome back, everybody. My computer went kaboom. Phoenix Wright, use Phoenix down. Nice, bro. Bro, Phoenix Wright definitely use Phoenix down. Take that! Oh, while we're here and going through this, Megan and Miguel, thanks for those likes and retweets. And we have 10 likes on the Mixtremity stream strand, so thank you so much for those likes as well. Okay, so we do this up here. Up here. Go through this, the timestamp. Skip. Dude, I know the cause of my basad. None. It just said, just boom, right in front of me. Okay, so we back to where we were? Almost. I don't actually get crashes like that very often, surprisingly. Sacred Urn Heist. Oh, we have to re-go and press this stuff? Or was it in the middle of... Okay, now we have a cross-examination. Let's save at the cross-examination. Do we start examining? Did I see the error message? I did, but I didn't read it. So, yeah. No, I didn't read it. Maybe I should have done that. I was more concerned about opening up the stream on my phone to tell you guys, which took forever. My phone was being slow. More like the YouTube app was being slow. Alright. You were asked to guard the urn by Miss Adrian Andrews, correct?
Indeed, it seems I had heard my sparkling reputation.
I see Miss Andrews is still attracting the weirdos. You better watch out too, Maya. Oh! Sick burn! Poor Maya didn't deserve that. Bro! Oh my word! So rude! He's always bashing on Maya. Poor Maya.
The urn was placed in a box and fire. It was sent to the warehouse.
You mean this box?
Yes, that pathetic box. Lady Andrews was especially taken with that urn, and she wouldn't let anyone enter the storeroom, not even me.
Interesting new tidbit.
Hence, I was actually unable to see the urn for myself until the day of the crime.
Hold it! So, you're sure that you had never seen the urn before?
Indeed, you may ask Lady Andrews to confirm for yourself. My security was focused entirely on the entrance of the warehouse. However I look at me, I never let no information whatsoever slip through my fingers. I knew it was extremely valuable treasure, so I sent my card 10 days beforehand.
We'll present contradictory evidence here after we've done pressing things. You mean this calling card?
That's right, without to touch my calling card.
So, I guess Mr. Delight didn't make this after all? Of course, because Atme knew about the emblem. Making this card authentic would have been child's play for him.
And then I handled security by myself to ensure that my crime would go smoothly.
Then no one entered the basement warehouse.
Unfortunately, there were many different treasures being taken there, thus, for a period of approximately 5 days, people were indeed going in and out of the warehouse. At last, I held the urn in my hands for the first time on 1 a.m. October 12th.
And this photo that proves that?
Indeed, to be honest, even if a photo was taken, I didn't think it would matter terribly much.
Hey, Nick, if this photo's a fake, the detective Atme may have stolen the urn whenever this was taken. Indeed. Yeah. That's a thing. Oh, that would be great. That I didn't actually think about that, but the thing is, this box doesn't have paint on it. You know, he's been saying that he never saw the urn until that night. If we can prove that, he's lying there, and we can wrap this up and put a bow. Yeah, we're gonna do that. I need to take a good hard look at the court record. Yeah. We're gonna contradict something on that for sure. The detective's been covering his tracks, but there's only one thing we need to prove in this examination: that he took this photo well before the actual night of the crime. That's not what I was going to prove. All right, how do we do that? There's one thing Atme stated very clearly. He said never saw the urn before he stole it. We need to prove that he's lying. Yeah, we can do that. Oopsie, I just clicked off of the freaking game. Dang it. Let's save really quick. Okay, so he said he knew it was an extremely valuable treasure. We know it's not an extremely valuable treasure because it's worthless! Where's our information that says it's worthless? I guess we don't actually have... I guess we don't have anything that actually says it's worthless? I thought we did. We don't have any evidence that talks about how worthless it is. Well, maybe we don't do that after all, because we would need some piece of evidence to explain how it's worthless. We don't have that. Which is weird, but I guess. I mean, they obviously suggested that we need to use, need to prove that he hadn't seen it. Wait, we were supposed to prove that he hasn't seen it? Wait a second. We're supposed to confirm that he hadn't seen it. He said, "At last I held the urn in my hands." First time. So, and we need to confirm that? Wait a second. Let's see what they say right here again. That he took this photo well before the crime of the night. Yeah. Okay, yeah, we can do that by showing that it's not the same box. He had never seen the urn before he stole it. Yeah. Yeah. That he's lying. That he had seen the urn before he stole it. We have to prove that he did see the urn before he stole it. On this one, obviously. What do we do to prove that? The box? Bum, bum, bum. Oh. But the box is a lie. It's saying that the box... He's saying that he would have had to steal the box? No, but it's not the same. It's not the sacred urn box. I'm so confused. I'm just gonna try the box here. Why not? That wasn't it. Yeah, that wasn't it. So we don't have a way to contradict the fact that it's worthless, which is a huge contradiction. The fact that he had not. That he. I mean, but that. Okay, so we need to say something here that he didn't have it in his hands for the first time here. Viewer! This man comes and says voice actor every day. I'm gonna start calling him Viewer. Viewer! Just gonna randomly say Viewer. Every time, everything you say, Og, I'll always say just Viewer to you. I'm just gonna be like, Viewer! 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 You will continue to voice actor? Oh, hey. You can have as limited of a vocabulary as you would like. Dang, bro. Found in the shadow. Trying to annoy me and failing? Yeah, well, I mean, honestly, I could just block them, and then I never see their comments anyways, and they wouldn't actually realize that I don't actually read their comments anymore. But it doesn't bother me. People are allowed to say whatever they want, as long as they're not trying to offend somebody else. That's fine. I mean, I guess in jest, you guys can try to offend me, but you guys aren't allowed to attack each other at all, by any means. Okay, Francis and Kat, you guys can jest with each other, obviously. I'd have to ban both of you by now. With how much you guys poke fun at each other, I'd have to ban both of you savages. Okay. Let's handshake. Yeah, you guys should handshake it out. Big old handshake of handshaky. How do I prove? Oh my word. What a savage. that doesn't make sense. I don't know what I don't know what we're supposed to be doing here. What are we supposed to be showing him? I don't know what evidence I need to contradict this specific piece. I have evidence to contradict other things. I mean, there's other things we could contradict, but we don't have the evidence for them anymore. We had the evidence, but the evidence for those things were taken away from us for some reason or another. Bro! When I want the answer, bro, this is, I'm unsure of what we're supposed to do. Are we supposed to say this one? No, not the Korean exhibit. But it doesn't, I'm trying to think of how we're supposed to contradict. I'm on the right dialogue. This one. Yeah, yeah, so there's, what it is there's gotta be, let me try a double pressure really quick. And this is the photo that proves that, huh? Let's see if, nope, same thing. Press it again. So, we have to prove that he had held it earlier. One by one. Does this prove it held it earlier? No. Does this prove it held it earlier? No. Does this prove he held the urn earlier? No. It says speckled urn. It says speckled urn. Bro. It said how did he know it's a speckled urn? He shouldn't know it's a speckled urn. Bro. He shouldn't know anything about it being a speckled urn. Man, I should have reread that a while ago. That would have solved it. He shouldn't have known it was a speckled urn at all. Ah, man. I missed all because of one word that I forgot about in that, bro. Speckled urn, bro. That means that he saw the paint and he thought that the paint was always there. That means he picked it up after it was already fixed, and he had seen it before because he wrote the thing about it. Man, I'm dumb. Mr. Atme, if you really are Mask to Mask, then you also wrote this calling card, correct? But of course. Is there a problem with that calling card? Allow me to read a passage from the calling card Mask to Mask had written. Take good care of the speckled urn. Now, the speckled here surely refers to the pink pattern on the sacred urn. But that is true, but so what? Truth be told, there's no way that Mask to Mask could have known about this pattern. What do you mean? This pink, spotted pattern on the urn is actually nothing more than paint stains. Paint stains? And these stains did not appear until after the urn had been taken to Lordly Taylor. I'm not finding this joke to be very funny, Mr. Wright. 13th cup of coffee. The day the sacred urn was taken to the warehouse, the urn was broken due to the human error, or should I say, an error-prone human. What a savage, bro. I mean, why did they hire her in the first place? Really, guys? Like, look at how she solved the situation. She literally opened the box facing away from her. Who does that? Who does that, bro? What? Oh my word, who does that? And that's when the pink paint got on the urn. You can't be serious. And yet this calling card clearly mentions the paint pattern. Which means Detective Atme had seen this urn long before the crime ever took place. In fact, he saw it when the fake photo was taken. And because this photo is fake, your alibi for the night of the murder no longer holds water.
Witness, do you have anything to say for yourself?
All right, that did it. He's broken. Nick, I think it's a little early for a victory pose. Huh? 14th cup of coffee. Ha! It's so sad. No one has any conviction these days.
Conviction, you say?
Yesterday, we all decided unanimously that this man was masked to mask. Bro, I have both decided that he was masked to mask and not masked to mask so many times. I really have no idea anymore. Now we're calling him a murderer. You don't think we're being a tad fickle?
That's a good point.
No way! Don't fall for that too, Your Honor! You say that Luke Atme was the one who killed Kane Bullard. Then let me ask you this. Why would he do that? Yeah, the jury's still out on why the F he cared about Kane Bullard, bro. Oh, I missed that. I thought it's only laughing. What did he say? Something about being right?
Small town, small town. My Mary murderous motive man of... Wait, what?
Nick, he's getting his second wind.
If he prepared an alibi and pinned this crime on Ron DeLight,
well, he's thought about a lot of this ahead of time, bro. So he knows that we don't have his alibi, and we have to now figure out not his alibi, his motive. Because we still don't know his motive. We haven't been given any evidence about what his motive could be against Kane Bullard. Yeah, no, there's just nothing against Kane Bullard. We don't know what he could have had against Kane Bullard. Obviously something. He was a better detective. He had an agency, and he wasn't just by himself. Kane Bullard was a better ace detective. I don't know.
You must have had a very strong motive for murder.
There are only one. The only one with any motive we've seen is Ron DeLight. Isn't that right, detective?
And according to my own research, the boy's motive is clear. Without a motive, it's nearly impossible to prove guilt in a murder case. Now then, maybe you can enlighten us as to what the defendant's motives were?
I'd be honored to, old-timer. They're doing everything they can to make Ron look suspicious. Despite our lack of hard information, this may be our only chance.
I, Luke Atme, had no point of contact with the victim whatsoever. Kane Bullard decided to investigate Master Mask and simply mistook who he was. It was Mr. Bullard who wrote the blackmail letter and sent it to Ron DeLight.
That's a lie. You're wearing the red jewel, bro. Because he didn't pay you $50,000.
And it was again Mr. Bullard who harbored a grudge against Mr. DeLight for his betrayal. Mr. Bullard's mistake is quite inexcusable. The defendant believes he is truly his Master Mask. That is why Mr. DeLight saw it as a fit to kill Kane Bullard. Truly a tragedy. So, the victim, Kane Bullard, blackmailed the defendant.
This is the blackmail letter found in the defendant's apartment. Handwritten test confirms it was Mr. Bullard indeed who wrote the letter. Okay. So if Mr. Bullard actually wrote the letter here, I was thinking that it was written by Atme, but this confirms that it's actually Bullard. So Atme killed Bullard and took the red stone from him because he didn't. He said he would take that red stone. How does the red stone fit into this part then? This kind of case reopened. Exactly. Yeah. Man, I was under the impression that it was the blackmail letter was written by Luke Atme. I wasn't thinking that it was Kane that wrote it. What? I mean, that turns that if it's Kane that wrote a blackmail letter, then that puts some of the theories I had, it makes it where they couldn't be possible. Any theory that involved Atme being the one that is facilitating the heists for the sake of getting a lot of money. So it was Kane that was blackmailing. So it was Kane that was blackmailing. Oh, okay. So if Kane was blackmailing Rhonda Light got it. The prices we see here inside this thing, that these are the prices he gets by selling them because they're stolen, maybe. Not so. I was thinking that this was like this is how much he gave to like Luke Atme, right? He gave him like 100,000 to Luke Atme to do it, right? And then sold. Well, wait, no, he was only wait a second. Actually, that doesn't make sense because he was blackmailed to do these three, but he did hit this one himself. So is this how much he paid for them? No, because he said he got 10,000 for the crown of Bangora, right? I'm so confused. Let's continue. Motive for murder. Luke Atme had no points of contact with the victim whatsoever. And who in the world is going to prove that? I will. After doing a thorough background check of Detective Atme and Kane Bullard, we were unable to find any links between them. It's all in the report.
Perhaps they were connected through their work. They were both involved in security.
Nope.
That was blunt. In any case, the only motive was from Mr. Delight. Kane Bullard decided to investigate Master Mask and simply mistook who he was.
Mistook.
That's right, mistook from the Old Norse mistaka, meaning to take an error.
That wasn't what I meant.
Just who did the victim mistake Mr. Master be? Why, the answer is obvious. Run the light, of course.
Boy, I'd like to swipe the smug look off this guy's face. Why would the victim mistake the defendant for Master Mask?
Don't you already know that? Safari, look at this newspaper. Oh, that's a famous tour of him and on. Oh, a magnificent tour. The That photo shows a magnificent detective as well, does it not? More shows an ugly god, namely the defendant. The defendant? The victim clearly misread the opponent's body. He got the wrong impression. The impression that this ugly security guard was in fact masked to mask. Arson!
That was an unusually reasonable deduction. I do think he's probably the smarter one of all these other people.
It was Mr. Bond who wrote the blackmail letter and sent it to Ron Delight.
Hey! Tiger! Howdy, Tiger. Guys, let's get a hashtag in the chat for that. Thank you so much, Tiger. I forgot to put my bot up. Tiger, thank you. Guys, let's get a hashtag in the chat for Tiger. I hope your day is going well, Tiger, as best as you can. And everything is going good. Thank you so much, Tiger. I'm gonna take a breather for you. You mean this blackmail right here, right?
It says bring $50,000.
And the handwriting is without a doubt the victim's. There's no mistake. We have an official report to prove it.
I don't see an addressee on this letter anywhere.
An addressee. So this blackmail letter was actually for Atme, because Atme's diamond is the thing he's talking about. He's like, he wants Atme to come there so he can either get $50,000 or that ring he's been wearing this whole time. But why does Ron have the blackmail letter? If Ron has the blackmail letter, then that suggests that he assumed Ron was Atme? Almost to your therapy? Okay, have a good time, Tiger. He thought Ron was Atme? That just doesn't make sense. He knew both of them separately, right? Let's move on. The letter was discovered in Ron Delight's apartment, and Mr. Delight did show up as at the designated place and time. The fact that there's no addressee is irrelevant. Well, it kind of says an addressee. I wonder, because Delight said that he didn't care about this blackmail letter. This blackmail letter didn't matter to him at all, because it didn't affect him at all. So that means that he didn't even think this was to himself, but he went anyways. And he thought it was for mask to mask. So that suggests that what's his face believed that that Kane Bullard believed that Atme was indeed mask to mask, and the blackmail letter was for him. He sent it to mask, but didn't realize he sent it to the wrong mask to mask, and it was actually Atme who he meant to send it to. But I still don't get how he could confuse Ron with Atme. You know, those are two very different people. And he would have known Ron. It wouldn't just been like a blind thing. He knew Ron personally, because Ron worked with him for a long time. So I mean, there's more to this that we don't have. What's up, Nick? I just had a thought. What if that blackmail letter wasn't meant for Mr. Delight? Whoa, do you have any evidence of that? Yes. For some reason, I just can't shake the feeling that there's something not quite right about this blackmail letter.
Well, everyone, are you quite satisfied?
And it was
again Mr. Buller who harbored a grudge against Mr. Delight for his betrayal.
What do you mean by that?
Oh my, I was certain you already were smarty.
KB security as a security info on lots of sorts of companies. Since I was a security team chief, I stole the data from the company.
And my lord had yet to forgive you, young Mr. Delight, which is why he sent him that letter upon mistaking belief he was a thief.
Here is a file that we discovered in Mr. Bullard's office. Evidence that Mr. Bullard was receiving money through blackmail. That's the money that Bullard was getting? Why are we just now hearing that that's the information, that's the money he was getting per item? I guess.
However, isn't this a bit odd? Why did the defendant pay Mr. Bullard the money, even though he wasn't actually mask to mask? On that point, there was an unfortunate bit of chance. Mr. Bullard's mistake is quite excusable. The defendant truly believes he was mask to mask.
Do you really think that story's gonna hold up?
That assertion is not merely my own, I'm afraid.
What do you mean? I have here a memo from Ron Delight's wife, Desiree Delight. 14. Ronnie thinks he's mask to mask. Don't you feel sorry for him? Please don't think too badly of him. Ha! Well, Mr. Trite. Was he trying to act like Miss Delight just now? I thought he was actually pretty convincing. I didn't.
That is why Mr. Delight saw it fit to kill King Bernard.
Now that's just your imagination talking.
Come now, sir, I am afraid imagination isn't the right word for it. This is a deduction, the result of carefully applied reasoning. Can we hear that careful reasoning ourselves? It's a long story and better saved for another time. Very well, another time.
Those so-called long stories aren't usually all that long, at least not in my experience. So you're gonna try to connect Miss Detective Atney to Mr. Bullard, right? Yeah, that's right. Hopefully we won't require surgery either. In that case, you have to talk about the blackmail. That's true. That blackmail letter was that blackmail letter really intended for Ron? Since we don't have any information, you should press him for more testimony. It actually is telling me to press more information. Maybe I'll be able to shake some contradictions loose that way. So it wants me to repress information. Like this one. You mean this blackmail, right?
It says bring $50,000.
Wait, hold on. This is all the same. We already did this. Okay, let's repress some other things. For some reason, I can't shake the feeling. We already did this one. Okay, so maybe we don't repress that one. Let's repress them all and see if he says the same. And who in the world is gonna prove that? I will. Whoever said this. Hold it. Let's see if this says mistook.
That's right, mistook.
That wasn't what I meant.
Mistake where?
Okay, we already did this bit. Bum, 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 bum. Mistake the defendant, mask to mask.
Don't throw it in his body. Take a look at the newspaper. Blah, 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 blah.
We already pressed all this. Are we not actually going to get more information? So we can actually say, we can probably present the evidence here, but it just suggested that we have to repress information. So I'm gonna repress the information, then if that doesn't work and get us new dialogue, then I'll do the other one.
What do you mean by that? Oh, I was certain.
Okay, we already knew this. Okay, this is all the same stuff though. This is the same exact dialogue. So we don't actually have it. 15. He's gonna have more than 17 cups of coffee this one.
No, sirs. I'm afraid my imagination isn't the right word for it. This is a deduction, a result of carefully applied reasoning. Can we hear that carefully applied reasoning for ourselves? And so, sorry.
Same thing. So, literally, they tell us that we have to press the contradiction. We have to press for more information, guys. And we don't get new dialogue by pressing for information. So when it tells us about the mechanic, it's not using the mechanic. Really, game? Really? Really? Okay, so I have a feeling we're going to show this here and show the ring thing. Show that it has to do with his ring. That's the connection. Not, yeah. So we're going to do present, Blackmail letter. If you don't, I'll take that red diamond you received the other day instead. Oh, it says you received the other day. How are we going to confirm that he received something the other day? Mind if I ask you a few questions, Detective Abby?
Well, if it's just a few, I guess it's all right.
Clap, 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 clap. Well, I mean, she said that there was a thing that was, she said that we had to press information, and that suggested that the mechanic that I don't like, that they just throw at you, was a part of it. This is the first time they mentioned a player to go and try that. And when I go to do that, it was not actually the answer. So when they do throw that mechanic at you, they don't tell you ahead of time, and the one time they've told us about it so far, they don't even use it. So it's a little upsetting. It's poor game design. Especially for somebody as dumb as me, because I'm very dumb. When you said that this letter was addressed to Ron Delight, I couldn't help but notice one major contradiction.
Contradiction?
I don't know where a walking contradiction like you gets off saying things like that. Wow, what a savage. Lol. The intentional lol. You're one to talk. At times like these, men are made to express themselves with their fists. Why don't you show what you've got there, Junior?
Enter! Time to man up, Mr. Wright.
What?
Show us the contradicting evidence of the blackmail letter.
Wait, what? Whoa! How do I show the ring? No! I didn't mean to do that! I was trying to look at it. At a little 2-1 punch like that wouldn't faze me. I think you mean 1-2 punch.
That's all right. Try thinking things through before finding fault with others.
I didn't actually mean to do that. I was trying to look at it.
Very well, please proceed with her testimony.
I did not mean to press that, bro. Alright. So, I wanted to look at it, not present it. So this is a painting, sculpture, and artifact. So it's not, so his little red jewel he's wearing is none of those. What is the contradiction to the blackmail letter? Wait, what? I thought it was the ring. So I was right for the wrong reasons. Again. Right for the wrong reasons. Evidence contradicting in the content of the blackmail letter. He said bring 50,000. I mean, so close. Yeah, I'm not sure. It, I mean, that would make sense to present this. Because this is not only Kane's list, this is an entire list of all the proof of mask-to-mask existing. And all the stuff. It just says Kane's list and found at the table at the scene of the crime. But it's not mentioning that this list contains everything that mask-to-mask ever did. That's conveniently left out of this binder. You know, the murder weapon could be the sword, right? The murder weapon could be the sword, but I don't know why he would have carried the sword so far away, except just for the sake of getting rid of the murder weapon out of there. Really far away. But he would have had to go take the sword from there first, and then go hit him with it, and then bring the sword back. Within that time. Contradictive evidence for the blackmail letter. Red diamond, in other words, a ruby. Don't effing know, bro. Evidence in the blackmail letter. Contradicting evidence in the blackmail letter. Contradicting evidence in the blackmail letter. Well, I can't prove that he has that the diamond is the same ring he's talking about on his hand. How do I prove that that's the same diamond? How do I prove... I can't prove that this list also has all information on Mask to Mask, even though that's proof as well. Makes sense. I can't prove that he hit the button because he had gloves, even though there's no fingerprints, which kind of proves it. You know, there's all these things that I can use to contradict it, but because the game doesn't want me to contradict it right now at this point in time, I'm not allowed to. So I have to find the exact piece of whatever they want for me to contradict this exact piece of like one word. They want me to correct one word of the thing, probably. It's like one single word. Nothing makes sense. Nothing to me makes sense.
Take that!
Nothing, none of this makes sense to me. I have to prove that this is that there's there's multiple contradictions in it, but how do I prove any of them? Okay, we can go one by one, whatever. So, don't want your identity revealed to the world. Security at 1 a.m. October 12th, and bring 50,000. If you don't, I'll take that red diamond and receive the other day instead. Okay, so posters. That doesn't change anything. Doesn't change anything. Didn't work. Wouldn't matter. Doesn't help. Doesn't work. Maybe I could retry it. Wouldn't help. Doesn't work. Wouldn't work. Wouldn't work. Wouldn't work. Doesn't make sense. Newspaper clipping. It doesn't matter. Not helpful. It doesn't help. Doesn't help. Already tried. Wouldn't work. What does it matter? The buzzer wouldn't work. Second heist from... I can't look at it. No, doesn't help. Broken, repaired by... doesn't matter. Won't help. Again, doesn't help. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Not a profile. None of them make sense. Literally nothing makes sense at all. Not one thing makes sense to me for this blackmail letter. I'm sure with hindsight bias, it's really easy. I'm sure all you guys who have been through this are like, bro, it's so easy! Why don't you see it? Right? Because that's what hindsight bias does to all of us. I mean, everything is so much easier when you already know it, right? None of this makes any sense. It doesn't, nothing directly contradict, nothing we have. No one has said it's easy. No, but you're thinking it. You're thinking it. You're thinking it, bro. At least Hypercats is thinking it. Hypercats is just like probably lurking. Is like, bro, really? You're gonna be mean like that? The camera data to say that he set it up, maybe?
Take that!
No. Dang it, I didn't get a save ahead of time. I'm just gonna show the Blackmail. Yeah, that didn't work. With that logic, isn't everything hindsight bias? Well, no. What hindsight bias is so the feeling that we all get, right? So there's this feeling that that like if you see somebody working on something, myself included, it's like not something that's just like, you know, just everybody else or something, myself included. So it's a natural thing when we're looking at something and we see somebody else doing something, it'll feel like the answer is easier to grasp from our perspective for them. And it's always easier to grasp something after you have that knowledge, or you know, after you've been given the answer, right? So if we're saying that two people are trying to find the solution, one person's given the actual final answer, the other person isn't, right? So that hindsight bias. So okay, a good example is the time thing earlier today. I didn't know I was supposed to click the time, right? But Hypercat said, well, it's when that's the thing is. Well, he told me the answer right there. So in hindsight bias, yeah, it was really easy because I had thought about it before. Like, that's where I'm showing my hindsight bias. I'm like, well, I had already thought about that, right? So that's my own hindsight bias presenting itself in saying, oh, well, it was easier because I already knew that, right? But I didn't know. I didn't know it. I didn't put that together. It was because of hindsight bias that I felt like I knew anything about it, which is just not true, right? I didn't actually know it. And I didn't solve it with knowing it prior. So that's what I mean by hindsight bias. Hindsight bias is hard. It's the hardest thing I end up. I always think that other people think the same way I do, which is a bias all in its own. Whew. I'm obviously missing something maybe very obvious right now. Maybe it's super obvious. Oh, dang it! I didn't get it again. By contradicting evidence in the content of the blackmail letter. I still really have no idea. I have no idea. The wallet? Because he didn't have $50,000? Maybe? The wallet doesn't have... Excuse me, it doesn't have $50,000 in it? I mean, I don't know how you fit $50,000 in your wallet, but... maybe that's it? Damn, imagine... I know, can't not be able to close it. I mean, it would be crazy. That diamond you received the other day. How did he receive the diamond the other day? We still don't know who received what diamond and what day. But I'm assuming it's that finger, it's the thing on Atmi's hand, and he received it several days before. That would be the contradiction, but how can we prove that he, one you tried, one you haven't tried the other. So if you don't want your true identity revealed to the world, that's one thing I tried to prove was wrong. Come to security at 1 a.m. on October 12th and bring 50,000. It's hard to give clues without giving it away. If you don't, I'll take that red diamond you have and you received the other day. So, red diamond and received the other day. This is two pieces of information that we don't have, that I don't know what we have to prove it. Like, I can't just put his profile, can I? I can't. So you said, and you also said no profile. So how do I say that that Ron doesn't have any red diamonds? If Ron didn't care about $50,000, Ron didn't even care about this blackmail letter. Ron went because he figured the blackmail letter was supposed to be for mask to mask. Look at my other stuff. Bro. Like, am I supposed to use this? And no, I mean, that's again, these things aren't connected. They already did one thing, so maybe they're doing two things that are extremely loosely, that don't have a direct connection again. Because they just forced us to use something that did not have a direct connection. And we just had to assume information to get that, to use that. That was something we just did. We had to assume. It is diamond related. But how do I prove the diamond? How do I say how we got that? I don't know how we got it. We were never... There's no extra information about how he got the red diamond, though. I've been looking for it, and there's just nothing. That's why I went to go look at this, because I was like, well, maybe one of these is the diamond. No, painting, sculpture, artifact. So the only thing it could be is the crown of Bangora, but that's a crown, you know. And then this first heist, this is not a red gem. It's clearly not red, unless my eyesight is really, really bad. He was stealing by blackmail letters. Sacred urn, pink gems. I mean, I guess. What hand is Atmi wearing the thing on? His right hand? I mean, But wouldn't he take the ring off? So we could say that he's not wearing the ring in this picture. If he was actually it. You're skipping some info, contradicting the blackmail. I said the answer. I said the answer. I'm so confused. I'm so lost, bro. Ah, my word. I'm so lost. I need that, bro. I don't... I'm just gonna try the picture, maybe. Whatever. Is this it? It was not it. Want the answer? Man, I wish I wasn't so dumb, bro. And I could actually see what they're trying to do here. I mean, the game series is getting less and less with you know, good things. Not dumb, it's not easy. It's not logical. That's probably my main issue. It's probably not a logical connection. They just did it just to throw it. So Camo Wolf, you know what? You literally are telling me the answer. You realize that, right? You're like literally telling me the answer with that. I mean, yeah, he's not wearing his ring. He is indeed not wearing his ring, but this is like months ago. Isn't this like months ago? How does that matter? Like, he could have gotten his ring at any time yet. We're just supposed to it's not contradicting, it's confirming. It's confirming. It's contradicting. It's about the ring, sure, but it's confirming that he got it a few days ago. Take a good look at this newspaper clipping. I mean, I get why. It's because the stolen jewel... When did this take place? How long ago was this jewelry theft? This Gem and the Thief? I thought this was like a year. Months and months and months. So, like, how does that matter, bro? How does it matter if he did? I mean, it must have been closer for it to matter whether he got it. I mean, maybe he just decided not to wear it that day. You know, I guess the game wants us to understand that he didn't have it yet because he always wears it and he's always showing it off. But how do we still don't know how he got it just a couple of days beforehand. There's no information for that, right? And is this not the tier of Emanon, maybe? Is the tier of Emanon the ring he's wearing? Like, I mean, there's so many questions I have for this to make sense, right? And I have a feeling they're not going to actually fully answer them because they're trying to push along the plot. And that's more, they care more about doing that rather than having a logical, cohesive connection. And then we're supposed to just say, "Oh, that's game logic, bro." But in a game that requires the player to use logic and reasoning, I don't appreciate that.
What about it?
The problem is this jewel's color. So it's saying that it's saying the tear of Aman is on his hand. Is he literally saying he painted the jewel tear of Aman and it's on his hand? What? Okay, we're definitely gonna have to go more into this. What? It's not even the same shape. This is a teardrop. He has an oval. Let's just continue. Let's continue. Color. I'm not much for discussing color myself. According to the clipping, the color of the stolen jewel was blue. However, in the blackmail letter, a totally different jewel is mentioned. What? What? Wait. What? How are you making this connection? Randomly out of the blue? I'm sorry. What? You're saying... when did this heist of Tear of Emanon take place, bro? Because that suggests that all these heists took place within, like, a few days of each other, right? That's what this is suggesting. It's suggesting that Ron Delight has been a grand thief for a grand total of like a week, right? That's what this is suggesting right here. If that was his first heist, and Desi Delight and him have been married for a week, and he had to keep her. I'm so confused here. What this is suggesting to me right now is that Ron Delight and Desi have been married for like a week, and that he has struggled to keep her involved in him for like a week. What? I must be missing some like very key information here, because this timeline doesn't make any sense. Why is the blackmail letter sent literally like a day beforehand compared to like this? When was this newspaper clipping taken? What date was this? If the date for this thing that they're doing right now is October 13th, when is this? And if this is at any time within the past month, then I would seriously question what the F is going on with Ron in his life, because that means that within the spirit... Okay, so when this newspaper came out, this was Ron Delight's first heist ever, right? First heist ever, right? And they're comparing this to the blackmail letter, saying that, they're the wrong color, right? This is Ron's first heist ever, and he was making money from it to keep Desi happy, right? With her extravagant purchases. That means that this, like, if this has to be a long time ago, doesn't it? Doesn't it? I am so... Let me continue, and then we'll see how it plays out. See the information. See what I'm getting ahead of myself with here. See what I'm not. Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself with every piece of information. I still don't. But we have not been given any of this information, so you're kind of forced to blindly guess at this point. Just supposed to see this jewel and be like, well, maybe this jewel is the same color, is the same jewel, but painted a different color that he put on a ring, and this is all only a week beforehand. You know, he got fired from his job. It's like, so what's going on in my head right now is Ron was a chief of security like a week prior to this, right? He was fired, and then he did one heist to make money, and then he did a bunch more heists to make money within that week's time. So that's what's in my head right now. So let's continue. He was fired for a month. That's still, it doesn't make sense. I mean, that's my whole point is it has to be a long period of time. It has to be a long period of time, even so, to keep her to keep her interested. And then if it has been a month, again, he could have gotten. How do we know that he just got the ring a few days ago? If that was a few days ago, then how is this connected? If this was a month ago and he was blackmailed to say he got a ring a few days ago, did he saying that this is... Hold on. What? Okay, wait. Okay. What was the item that was recovered? And what was the item that was recovered? Was that the tear of Amanon that was recovered? And then if it was recovered, why didn't it go to the police or back to where it went? If he recovered it, he recovered one item, right? But he broke it and turned it into a ring? He lied about when he got the ring? Well, we have no information on the ring. We have literally no information on the ring. It's all conjecture right now. We've been given zero information about the ring. We're just trying to tie things together at this point. Cat with that. This is man. A lot of information. Okay, let's see how far I'm off, and we'll continue from there, and maybe I'll have an epiphany moment and understand this. However, in the blackmail letter, a totally different jewel is mentioned. There's like 5 different jewels mentioned, bro. I'll take that red diamond you received the other day.
Red?
Which means the red diamond described in the blackmail letter is not the Tira Mammon that Mask Damask stole at all. Gonna take a breather and keep going. Cat. Yeah, I know. It's not the Tiramon that Mask Damask stole it all. Your point is, Mr. Trite, are you trying to say that the blackmail letter was intended for someone else? Is that what you're trying to say, right, Trite?
Is that what you're trying to say, Mr. Wright?
Well, is that what you're trying to say, right, Nick? Yes. I mean, I've been trying to say it for a while. In different ways. That was not what I thought at all, by the way. Again, guys, I looked specifically at this. I was looking at this and I'm all like, the whole reason I was looking at this whole thing is because I was looking for something that would suggest a red gem of some sort. And this was a month ago. You don't say the other day if you mean a month ago. You mean like max a week. Max a week, maybe. Not no flip. I'm so upset, guys. Because look, there's none of these are... it is a very loose connection. It is a very loose connection. A very loose connection between to make that. Like, they should have all questioned that timeline. The letter was old. The letter would have had to have been at least 3 weeks old. 3 weeks old? Kane Bullard set up something for 3 weeks in advance? That's the max I would believe. Bro, he set that blackmail letter up 3 weeks in advance. Is that what you're saying? That doesn't seem right either. I don't think so. That doesn't seem right either. He would have sent the blackmail letter and then expected pretty quickly, probably within the next 3 or 4 days, right? He would probably send the mail max of maybe like I would say again max of a week prior, right, to it. The blackmail letter to the event of happening. But chances are he would want it instant. It would probably be the day of, or if not the night before, right? That would be when actually somebody might send a blackmail letter. They would want it instant. They wouldn't want you to have any time to do it. But maybe, I mean, in this case, maybe to get 50,000. In any case, there's still 2 weeks of time there. That bugs me. Anywho, let's just continue. We got into the next part. We already knew what the answer essentially was, right? We already knew that it had something to do with the ring, and then we just needed to find the right piece of evidence the game wanted us to use to somehow contradict the ring. Even though that connection makes no sense to me, and it shouldn't make sense to them either. But it does, because it's game logic, right? We just have to accept game logic. Man. Naturally, it was you, Detective Atme.
Do you have some sort of basis for that claim?
You have been personally involved in every single mask-to-mask case. And the last case, you recovered what was stolen. And received a jewel. Game logic, yep. As your reward. He was given the jewel as a reward? Not Kingsway, how dare it. Objection. Well, it doesn't have to be my way. I would just love for it to be logical. That's all. If it just was a logical connection. It definitely doesn't have to be my way by any means. But logical where it makes more sense. I mean, yeah. But definitely not my way. It can... My way is the wrong way most of the time. I only get the right way because I do it the wrong way first. So, yeah, definitely don't go with my way. I mean, I think I've proven that a lot. FPS. Could you imagine? Yeah, right? Throwing badges. Ha! Tango down. So he got the was that a badge? Yeah, it was, bro. But so his reward was not cash. His reward was freaking the diamond, the tier of Emanon itself. That would be a crazy reward. And then he broke it down and put it into a ring. Is that what's happening here? A jewel. Probably the one conspicuously wrapped around your finger. This man was given a gem worth many $100,000, and he took it apart and put it on a ring? I take everything I said about this man being intelligent, bro. I take everything back. This is one of the dumbest guys in the entire games. In all of the games. Oh my word. If that is true, he is not very intelligent at all. Yeah, how about I just make this gem worthless? Essentially. Bro, oh my word. Oh my word. You think it's a different gem? It better be. It better be. Otherwise, I'm taking it back and calling him a dummy dumb. Greedy. You would have to be really greedy to be able to. Or are you saying I'm greedy? I mean, to be able to change an artifact of that nature. Did I steal the gem? I'm so greedy. I stole it. Probably the one conspicuously. That red diamond ring. It's saying that this is the tier of Amanon, right here, around his ring. I would never think that somebody would do that. I mean, for one, to make it red, you would have to spray paint it. Therefore, what's even the point at that? You can't just make a gem go from blue to red. That's not possible. You have to they're literally different chemical. What gives off a red hue is iron, isn't it? And a blue hue is something else. So they're all what a ruby is, emerald, sapphire. They're all diamonds, just with different impurities in them. Very different impurities that make them a different color. It doesn't. You can't just like, woo, change color. And it's not how it works that way. And if he did change the color of it and he put a paint on it, what's the point of that? It's no longer this. That is the diamond referred to in the letter, which means that Kane Bullard wrote that letter to blackmail you. So if it's not, if the ring is not the tier of Amanon, then why did we use the newspaper to do it, Cam? Right? See how this doesn't make sense? It just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense, bro. if one thing happens, then that means something else doesn't make sense, right? So if it is a different gem, then why did we have to use the newspaper clipping from I was contradicting it? How was I contradicting the newspaper? It says nothing about getting it. He said okay, so he said, I'll take that red diamond you got the other day. Well, this was a month after the Tiramon stolen, right? So the other day, to me, I hear the other day, I think no longer than a week, bro, right? I think no longer than a week. So say that I wouldn't think that he would send the blackmail 3 weeks prior, because that would be about a week after the event, right? After the Tier of Amon. And then so say that he sent it max of a week, that blackmail letter, a week prior to that. That still leaves 2 weeks of time that is just, what is happening there? So on top of that, we're how is the connection that this ring on his hand is the Tier of Amanon? How does Phoenix know that? How does anybody know that at this point in time with the information we have at this point in time? Like there's the only thing we know is that he's saying red diamond, and so that suggests that it's at me, because we can see that he's wearing a red ring. But taking that into account, You can't just it's not a red diamond. You can't just make a blue you can't just make a sapphire into a ruby. You can't just be like, boom, a ruby, and make it the same. And it wouldn't. He could cover the top in like a color that would make it look red, which could fool him, maybe. Not really, because how would you do that? You would have to mix the colors of the sapphire and the blue. You'd have to mix the color with sapphire and another color and make red. So you'd have to put some sort of clear coating on top that combined the colors. I don't even know if that would work. That would be cool if it did, but it probably wouldn't. I mean, maybe from a distance it'd probably fool. I'm just trying to think of how all of this can make real sense. That the reward was the jewel. So, we didn't know that the reward was the jewel until right now. All he said is that he was given a reward, that it was monumental. So, we were just now told the information that the reward was the jewel. So, we were not given that information prior to presenting the paper. We presented the newspaper clipping, and then he said that the jewel was his reward. So, again, the logic still doesn't make sense because we were not given the information. Atme had said several times that his reward was great. He's like, oh, I got a great reward. It was a huge reward. It was a monumental reward. But we weren't told what that reward was. I just assumed it was money or something. You know, I didn't think it was the Tear of Amon itself. Imagine Nicolas Cage in National Treasure. He finds the Declaration of Independence. He brings it back to the place, and they're all like, "You've done such a great job. You get to keep the Declaration of Independence." What? I mean, what? That's had given him the ring as a reward for returning the blue jewel. But we didn't know that! It still doesn't work. How did we know that? We didn't know that. Nobody told him the reward he got. And, again, if we're assuming that was a month ago, then why did he say that every damask thing? Atme told us. Yeah, but they didn't tell us he got the diamond ring as a reward. And they just told us that he got the Tear of Amon itself. And again, he said the other day, not like a month ago, right? So again, when I hear the other day, I don't think up towards a month. Because Wright is assuming it. But my whole problem with this is that we have to just like kind of blindly guess this. And that's the logic is off. That's my whole point of this whole thing. Where it could have been laid out in a way where a player could come up to this point and know exactly how, or maybe not know exactly how, right? But at least come to this point and has a chance to understand what's going on at this point, right? They know what's going on, and sure, if you're ignoring some information here and there, and you know you don't take into the fact that newspaper clipping was from a month prior, then that solves all problems. You assume that all of these heists that he did happened within the span of like a week, then all this stuff clears up, because you can just say, oh well, all the timings make sense, but they don't make sense when you take in the fact that Ron DeLite was losing his wife because he couldn't keep her in the style. He was fired a month prior, so he started doing heists, and apparently he needed to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars. Or no, he didn't even get paid that much. He only got paid $10,000 for the first one, right? So he didn't even get that much money, but he was trying to keep Desi in luxury for a month. It was like literally a month of time. Like I was thinking that was over the course of a long time. I mean, I guess keeping Desi happy for a long time because he was security chief, so he was making a lot of money for a while. And then he got fired, and then he had been fired for a month, but he did all four of those heists within the span of a month. And to think that newspaper clipping is sooner means that he had to do all four of those spans, all four of those items within a week. One theft a week. Yeah, see, that makes more sense too. One theft a week, we could see that happening. But again, that's still a lot more time left in between there that just doesn't really help us understand the full situation. And then having us use the newspaper as to say that his ring is a contradiction just doesn't make any sense. Like, I'm trying to think of any way it makes sense. I will accept any way that it makes sense. the first way that makes sense. Earn was the most recent, so it's probably before that. But I'm sure that the game developers are just like, hey, bro, it's a game. Just let it be a game. Don't think too much into it. But again, my problem with that is that this game is all about thinking logically and taking the evidence into account. So if any game should maintain as much logical consistency as possible, it should be this one. Anywho, I'll move on. Move on. Get on with it. Just get on with it. Take a breather. It seems you've gone too far with your childish pranks, Mr. Wright. Why, you didn't give him a strange voice. Oh, I don't like the way he said that. King Bullard, blackmailing Luke Abney. Are you for real? Yes, I am. Nick, come on, stand up to him. Then answer me this. The blackmail letter contains the following passage. If you don't want your identity revealed to the world. I'm giving him too high of a voice.
Yes, it certainly does.
King Bullard threatened to make Luke Abney's identity public knowledge. Wait, are you helping us, Godot? Are you a good guy or a bad guy? I'm still confused. An identity. He wanted to keep a secret, so just what was the identity? He's not a very good prosecutor, but I still like him. He's kind of just helping us. He helps us more often than he doesn't, which I mean, I don't mind. I mean, hey, he's looking for the truth. That's what I see. This man is just looking for the truth, which kind of makes me like him more. It's because he doesn't even care that he's going against his own case right now. But hey, I'll take it. Abney was killed King Bullard because he was afraid of his secret becoming known. What was the identity he wanted to keep secret? Clearly, guys, we know whose identity who he really is, guys, and you'll never see it coming. The identity that Luke Atlee wanted to keep desperately hidden was... Dang it, I thought it was gonna let us choose a profile. I was gonna choose Desi. He's been Desi the whole time, and you had no idea. Luke Abney was mask to mask. What? That's my line. What's that supposed to mean? That's my line too. that was wrong. He's the blackmailer. Ron didn't have a red diamond either. Still. Yeah, no, Ron didn't have a red diamond either. Is the tier of Emma not that item in the first place? But that still doesn't at this point in time, nothing saves this game from having that poor logic on that newspaper clipping. Anything we learned post that newspaper clipping was not provided as evidence prior to the newspaper clipping, so that part will never be cleared. We have now passed the point of no return for the game having cleared up anything for that newspaper clipping being the evidence. So we're just going to have to move on and just accept that Phoenix had a hunch about a newspaper clipping being somehow related to his ring from a month ago. So we're just going to have to move on and accept that the game just wants us to ignore that logic. Because we're already past the point of having that as proof. I was hoping that within the next few sentences they were going to clear it up. They did not. Listen, it's up to you. This is what you've been saying up to this point in time. I mean, even if they did clear it up in the few sentences after, it doesn't matter. It was already there had to be a connection prior to the newspaper clipping. That's what I'm saying. The witness pretended to be mask to mask in order to pin the murder on the defendant. In which case, you want to insist up to beyond the day you die that Ron Delight was in fact mask to mask.
I must say, the sudden change of heart doesn't reflect on you.
Come on, Nick. Who was Mr. Delight actually? Wasn't Mr. Delight who was actually mask to mask? Yeah. Wait. So my assumption, what it's saying right now is that my assumption earlier was correct. The one where he was the blackmailer. Okay, so I was thinking Luke Atme was the blackmailer before, when as soon as we heard that Ron was getting only $10,000 and the price was $100,000, that suggested to me that he's the actual mask to mask. He's the mastermind behind it all, and he's just blackmailing Ron into doing the jobs. Because Ron didn't say that he wasn't masked to mask. I mean, I guess by him wanting to go to jail being the only mask to mask, I guess we can take that to say that from that point on, any mention of a different mask to mask, no matter if he's mentioned that he's the only one or not, he wants to be the only one, and he thinks he's the only one. So we'll just take that. But so that means that what I was thinking earlier is more accurate, where it was in fact Luke Atme that was blackmailing. And then so Kane was in cahoots with Luke Atme the whole time, and then Luke Atme was paying Ron Delight to do his dirty work for him. And then he set up the same thing. I mean, that makes the most sense of why Ron had the blackmail letter. But that suggests that Ron had the red diamond. Where did Ron get the red diamond? What red diamond? Where did Ron get the red diamond? And that means that Luke Atme did indeed take it from Ron. But where did Ron get it? It's not one of the items stolen. Was it in his safe? Where was the evidence for that prior? Moving on. I'm just gonna move on. Let's just move on. You know what? Let's just move on. Sounds good. This is what it all comes down to, Nick. The identity that Luke wanted to desperately keep secret hidden was. Rule 6, oh, I don't think Rule 6 applies anymore. After that newspaper clipping, bro. I don't know if it applies anymore to this game, bro. I don't even know anymore after they did that. Luke at me was a blackmailer. Now Rule 6 is pointless because they will literally use things that don't make sense. So I will never. I will have to think way outside the box and use random pieces of evidence. That's what this tells me. Like that newspaper clipping, bro, having to use that as evidence for his diamond ring when we have nothing on that ring whatsoever. We've been given no information on that ring ever, other than he's been wearing it the whole time and it's been shining and all this stuff. We don't know if it's a diamond. It looks more like an opal shape or something. It doesn't look like it has rigid edges like a diamond would. You don't make diamonds in oval shapes. And somehow the newspaper, which is about a completely different jewel that was sapphire, not ruby, is somehow the defining nature of this ring that he has. And then we just move on with and how we had no information about how they're connected. We still don't. We'll get information, sure. Yeah, we'll get information at some point about how they're connected, but we didn't get that information prior to having to know that information to continue the game without getting it. So let me explain this really quick. Like, so in a game, in a lot of games, you can get through the entire game without taking one single point of damage, right? So in my mind, like Zelda is a good one. Like Majora's Mask. Well, okay. Ocarina of Time. Majora's Mask might be a little bit harder, but like Ocarina of Time, if you know that game well enough, you can play that whole game without even taking one hit of damage. Pretty sure. Without even taking 1 point of damage the whole game. If you just know what to do, where to do it. And not many games force you to take damage to proceed through the thing. Some games do. I can think of a few games that force you to take damage, but every time a game does that to me, I kind of make a mental note because I don't think I personally I don't like it when games do that. That's my own opinion. That really doesn't matter. I mean, as long as it doesn't kill the player, I guess it doesn't matter. But some games require the player to get killed too. So, you have to keep that in mind. But that's just for the sake of storyline. Usually, maybe to express a mechanic. In any case, most games will try to keep that damage. So what this game did is it forced us to essentially take damage. It wanted us to use up our bar some and keep us guessing in a way that I don't necessarily agree with. Everybody's more than welcome to like it. I don't like the lack of connection that they applied to that logical conclusion. Exactly. I did. I think I did. Maybe it was Brandy's I watched. We'll be watching through clips sometime soon, Theo. So yeah, that freaking that is probably that newspaper thing is gonna bug me for the whole rest of this episode, for sure. Because I mean, if I can be proven that we were given the information and I missed it somehow, I mean, I guess it's possible that we were given the information required for it and I just didn't remember it, or I missed it or something, then I would be much happier with it. I would be much happier with it. Glad I'm loving. I love the game. I don't like that specific decision. Okay, so again, if this was Dark Souls or SpongeBob or Mario, those games, I'd be like, whatever, it's game logic, we move on, whatever. That's how they wrote the game. But this game, that's all about the logical decisions and the connections you make between things, right? Is literally the whole point of this game. Is those logical connections that make sense and whatnot. So it's very disconnecting when you're given things that don't make sense, that don't make sense prior to actually getting to that point, So we'll probably be given hindsight. We'll probably be given information and we'll have hindsight bias. We'll be like, oh yeah, because this and this and this, it all makes sense now. But that still leaves the problem of when we got to that point, we didn't have the information we needed to, and we needed to just randomly try stuff that kind of made sense in an off-stretch, loose way. But still, that newspaper clipping to explain how his ring is the reward doesn't make sense, because we weren't told that his ring was the reward. We were told he got a great reward, and that he returned an item. The returned item recently, but we weren't told that item was recent, right? So the piece here that is like the closest to it, that almost clears it up, is the fact that he we were told that he returned the Tear of Emanon recently. It maybe is said more specifically, but I took it to mean like, a week or two, right? Recently. And then, if it was sooner, then that would make more sense, but they didn't say sooner. Like if they mentioned like a week, within a week, maybe they did and I missed it. And then so we just know that he didn't have the ring. We didn't know what the reward was, but he got a reward by returning something that was given. But we have to say, he said the ring's not, he said when we presented the newspaper clipping, he said, look at this, this is not a red diamond. Therefore, your ring is not it. Like, so like, the color of this gem is not the same as the ring on his hand. That's essentially what that news clip was saying, right? Is essentially what when we presented that news clip, that newspaper clipping, that's pretty much what it was saying. This newspaper clipping we have from a month ago shows that he was not wearing a ring at this time, and the Tear of Emanon is blue while the ring on his hand is red. And he just recently, that's what I was getting to though. It recently returned it, but do you hear the logic of that? You hear the logic, Camo, right? That was the excuse used. That was what they said in the game. I mean, not exactly. I added more information for context, but yeah, like, to me, I'm thinking too much into it. I'm applying more than the game wants, more thinking about it than the game wants me to think about it. The game doesn't want me to think this deeply into it. They want me to just accept what the game says and move on. What logic in the game? But that's the whole point. This is a game about logical conclusions. So in a game about logical conclusions, if you were playing a math game and you did 2 + 2 = 5, and every time you said 2 + 2 = 4 in this math game, brain teaser game, right? And it said it was wrong at 2 + 2 = 4 every time. It's kept on telling you were wrong. And then you like, whatever, tell me the answer. And it said 2 + 2 = 5. Would you just say, game logic? Man, no, you don't, like, if the game is about the logic, it should be as sound as it possibly can be, right? And is anybody in disagreement with that? Anybody, please, if you're in disagreement with that, please tell me, and I would love to know why. If it was Mario, if it was some other game where you're playing and you're jumping around, if you're Kirby and you're sucking up things, then logic doesn't matter, because it's not about the use of logic to progress through the game. It's the use of your fingers, you know? You're not using the point of the game is not your brain in Kirby. It's just, you know, have fun. You know, you don't need to have logic in Minecraft, right? Because you're moving with your hands. There is a sort of logic, but it's its own logic. But it doesn't require your logic to play the game. Does that make sense? Yeah, because this requires logic to play the game. And then when they don't, and this is like probably the third instance where we've seen where the logic does not quite match up. And granted, some of it might be just my own missing of information, my own misremembering of something. Maybe we were given some information at one point that would have cleared this up, and I just don't remember it, or I skipped it, or something. Very possible. Very possible. But bro. Logic in a game that is defined by the logic should be logical. Hey now, isn't that a little different than what you've been saying? You said that Kane Bullard was the one blackmailing Luke at me. Are you saying that Atme was blackmailing someone else on top of that? You have to admit, that does sound a little odd. It's not odd. It's the only thing that makes sense. Kane Bullard was blackmailing Luke at me. But Ron Delight was also being blackmailed by a certain someone. So, did you start receiving blackmail letters after this incident? Yes, just a few days after the theorem among his. After that, I started getting the plans in the mail. I received the plans for some very kind of person. Incredibly detailed plans.
Detailed plans? In which case, that would mean that Ron Delight was actually Master Mask.
That is what we are claiming. Someone else came up with the plans and had Mr. Delight steal his targets for him. And that someone was none other than Luke Atme. I mean, I guess that doesn't make him Master Mask. So that makes sense why the other option I chose. Just because he's the mastermind behind it doesn't mean that he's Master Mask. That still applies to just Ron, I think. I think I can agree with that. Why my other answer was wrong.
Silence.
Like, I mean, if Alfred suggested a plan to Batman, would that make Alfred Batman? I don't think so. You know. Now I see. It's coming all clear. What is?
When you were in grade school, you received the same report card every year. Careless with a tendency to jump to conclusions. Am I wrong?
Nope. How did you?
You say that I, Luke Atme, was blackmailing Ron Delight. In which case, I would naturally know all about his relation to Master Mask.
Well, yes.
Ron Delight started receiving his plans from his second crime onward, correct? Which means I learned of his identity when he committed the first crime.
Yeah, because you found his outfit in the freaking trash can.
Good point. You certainly couldn't have blackmailed him otherwise.
That's 16 cups of coffee, bro. In that case, let's see some hot, bitter evidence. So the contradiction was to prove that the blackmail letter was not meant for Ron Delight. Ron did not have the At me being one who got it back the blue and got the red. The guy was threatening to take the red jewel away. Meaning you were trying to prove that blackmail was not for one. Oh, I got that! But the, so the thing is that where is the information about how he got the red jewel? Because again, there's an amount of time that's like 3 weeks if we're being generous. If we're being really generous, and there's a space of 2 weeks that he could have gotten this jewel that was that is not connected. The question is then becomes, how do we know that that was the thing? Because we didn't know what the reward was. Did Atme say that the ring was his reward at some point? Because if he told us that the ring was his reward, then that would clear this up. And if he said at some point that the ring is his reward and was his reward, and I missed that or didn't understand it or something, then that would clear it up for sure. But the thing is we were told that he, not for Ron. Yeah, but the thing is that newspaper was a month ago, so it doesn't make much sense. Like, how we don't really know. We knew that it was on his hand for this, but we couldn't just assume that it was at me. You know, that doesn't make sense. Because Ron could have, had a red diamond or something, and again, we didn't know the reward, all that we didn't search through all of his stuff. There could have been any number of things, and we still didn't know how he got that. So, I mean, unfortunately, Kat, there's still some holes, unfortunately. There's still some holes in the newspaper clipping as being the evidence for that point in time. Still some holes in it for that piece of evidence at that exact point in time. I think that if they probably did something else, or maybe I'm misremembering, and we were given the appropriate information somewhere down the line, and I just didn't retain that information, or maybe I skipped by it accidentally, and it was just vital it could have been in one sentence, It could have been in literally one line, or even a word. Like speckled, for example. The speckled urn thing earlier, that one word was everything I needed for everything we all needed for that piece of evidence, and it was right there. So again, maybe I'm missing a point of evidence where we were told about that ring, because in more detail. Because I was questioning the ring earlier, but it never occurred to me that was his reward for getting the Tear of Amenon back, right? I never assumed that was his reward. He quoted him that he got a jewel. Yes, you're absolutely right. He said he got a jewel. And I, for some reason, my head immediately jumped to that he got the Tear of Amenon as the jewel. So what essentially is saying is that he got a different jewel for the jewel. He got jewelry for the jewelry, which is confusing language, but acceptable. More acceptable than other things, for sure. But again, he said the other day, and then how long ago was that? So, I mean, I guess it's possible because he got the jewel. How long ago did he return the... When did he get the item? When did he get the item returned? The Tear of Amenon. When did he return that jewel? That would be the next question. Did he return that jewel within the last, week or so? because then he would have gotten a reward that you could tie together. I still don't see. Yeah, I would accept that it's still within a week, but welcome back, Tiger. So I still think so it makes more sense bringing that up, Kat. So he mentioned that he got a jewel as a reward, and then I took that to mean that he got the Tear of Amon jewel. So there is in my problem. That definitely solves the problem for my head. Is I took that to mean the jewel, not a jewel. So if they said a jewel and I read it as the jewel, then that would suggest that he got a different gem as a reward within the past week. So the other day, as a reward to returning the Tear of Amanon. I thought he got Tear of Amanon and turned it into a ring, which would be way worse. So, I mean, that doesn't make sense, really, honestly. That doesn't make sense at all. Why would he do that? That would be so dumb. So it makes way more sense that he gets a different piece of jewelry for returning the jewelry. I mean, it still is a little off because why did he get... What? Did they just give him a different priceless artifact? Here's your reward! Thank you for saving the Declaration of Independence. Here's the Bill of Rights. Like, what's the red diamond worth? At least 50,000, or close to, because of the blackmail letter saying 50,000 or the red diamond. So at least 50, a piece of jewelry. But wasn't it steal from like wasn't it stolen from like an exhibit? If it was stolen from a jewelry store, then I could see it. But if it was stolen from an exhibit, I couldn't imagine them giving him a piece of jewelry from the exhibit to pay for a returned item from the exhibit. Jewelry store, definitely. A jewelry store would, like, if he was returning the Tear of Amanon to like some jewelry store, he would definitely probably get some sort of his choice, right? His choice of jewelry or jewel from the jewelry store, which is said department store. The exhibit was held in a department store, so one could argue that he did indeed return it to a jewelry store, therefore getting a red jewel in return. So I mean, if we're thinking about it, so I think I can let the newspaper slide at this point in time because of going more and more in depth on this section, and Kat mentioning that he said a jewel, not the jewel. It's in a department store. It was mentioned prior that he got the jewel, that he got a jewel as a reward, and a precious jewel and all that stuff. So it was a department store. It could have been a jewelry store. Tear of Amanon must be something that is sold between people and worn. Must be like just a piece of jewelry, not like some artifact from the 18th century or whatever. Thank you, Kat. I think you helped me. I think you helped me come to terms with the newspaper clipping. Thank you. Come to terms with the newspaper clipping. How is your physical therapy time? Let's see some hot, bitter evidence. During the first crime, how did Luke Abney know that Ron DeLite was masked to mask? How did Luke at me know that Ron was masked? Because he was the Blackmail? Okay, so what do we show? I mean, well, we already know the newspaper clipping. The other newspaper clipping, this one right up here, because this right here, boom. He found the costume out of the trash can. I think I see it.
She won't, huh?
When you were in grade school, you received the same report card every year. Gets into lots of mischief, trying to be the center of attention.
What do you mean?
This newspaper clipping. There's a picture of you and Ron Delight in his guard uniform. Seems that Mask to Mask didn't just disappear into thin air. He took off his outfit and hid it in a bucket. Oh, trash can, bucket. Same. A bucket was way worse. It would have been so much more intelligent for, well, maybe not. Maybe, I don't know, maybe an upside down bucket. Having it like open, I mean the trash can is going to be searched, right? The trash can will probably search it, so maybe a bucket is smarter than that, but like open bucket, like you can just see right in the top of it. I wonder, I mean, maybe if you put something else on top of it or filled it with water, if you had a chance. Thinking of, a bucket might actually be a smarter place because the trash can is going to be searched, right? They're searching for something. They're searching for evidence. Trash can might be the first thing they search.
That sounds far too stupid to be true.
Correct. With tricks like that, he couldn't fool a baby. Again, a bucket, just open bucket right on top of it, yeah, probably not a good idea. I mean, how do you even fit his hat into it, right? But like, if you were to like somehow crumple stuff up and make it hidden like an overturned bucket and it was like a larger bucket, and you might be able to get away. Because they might not think to lift up the bucket, right? And even if they did lift up the bucket, they'd have to make, if it was like packed in their good, they'd have to look inside to see what was in the bucket, which they wouldn't necessarily do if it was upside down, right? They would lift it up and be like, nothing, and then put it back down. Maybe they would feel F to it, maybe? I don't know, I'm thinking too much into it. Correct, with tricks like that, he couldn't fool a baby. Let's figure out, that's what you figured it out. Well, that's when you figured it out, Mr. Admin. That's when you learned that he was under his mask, Ron Delight.
Wasn't he supposed to be the one?
Not only that, it looks like he was a detective.
I can't believe it. He was just a slimy blackmailer. What a fraud. Oh, trying to pass himself as Delight.
How dare you expose me like that, Why, I never blackmailed anyone in my life. I'm a famous and proud detective and master. Why can't you understand that?
I'm afraid you are neither proud thief nor an ace detective. Bum-ba-dee-doo-doo. You're a blackmailer and a murderer, and that is your true identity.
Why? How dare you? I'm telling sometimes loading. I'm trying to do the whole thing about it. That you're telling fools. Fools, I just come back to the show just soon. I just scream. It would seem we finally arrived at the real answer.
That was quite a performance.
Bailiff, please prepare us over machine.
That's 17. The hammer that strikes too fast has no time to aim.
What? I'm already preparing to deliver my ruling.
Allow me to say one thing. I will be the one to judge. You don't get much more in your face than that.
It appears that your claws weren't quite sharp enough, Mr. Trite.
What?
Wait, what? It's true that you've proven a lot of things. Things like Luke Atme was a filthy blackmailer, and that he wasn't at Lordly Taylor at the night of the murder. That's right. That's why he's the one who killed Mr. Bulla. But there's still one thing you have yet to prove.
What's that?
Just because he wasn't at the warehouse doesn't mean he was at the murder scene. Therefore, if you can't prove that this pitiful excuse for a man was a KB security, then I don't see how a verdict can be delivered. No way!
Order! Order in the court, sir! Mr. Wright.
This is it. This is the final round. I've got to prove that Mr. Bullard at me was in Mr. Bullard's office that night. But can you really prove that? That's long enough, Mr. Trite. I want to hear your answer. That night, Luke at me and was at KB Security and the defense. I mean, there's a couple of things we could try, like the buzzer, for example. The defense can prove it with evidence.
Are you sure?
Ha! Don't worry. I'll watch over you as you break down and fall into pieces.
Very well then. Let's see this proof. Proof that Luke Atme was at KB Security at night.
The buzzer.
Take that!
This is the proof.
It's true. That is very important. However, I'm not as foolish to think you'll pass as evidence here.
What? The buzzer is proof. We proved that Ron, if he had heard the buzzer, he would run, right? We proved that if Ron heard the buzzer, he would run. That Mr. Bullard did not have did not put his own fingerprints on it because he wasn't wearing gloves. Therefore, that proves him being at the scene. In a way, I mean, it's evidence that we have. It's just as loose of evidence as we've used before, so I don't see why that shouldn't work. Mr. Trite, it's time you learn the true flavor of life. This is 18, by the way. The flavor of my special Godot Blend 49.
Well, Mr. Wright.
It's bitter. Very bitter. Okay, so that's wrong. That's considered wrong, bro. Even though that makes whatever. You need to find some other answer. I'm guessing. I'm gonna guess that it wants us to say we can't prove it. So, I guess I'll try this. And if this isn't it, then I guess we'll just say we can't prove it. If it has nothing, if we're not going to be able to use the buzzer as evidence, then we'll say we can't prove it. I mean, I think the buzzer is proof that he could have been there. I mean, it's not like direct proof of his personal involvement, right? It's not like his DNA on the crime scene. But to me, that proves that. I mean, it's loose. It's a loose connection. But I'll try it. I don't think it's gonna work. No, it didn't work. All right, let's just say can't prove it. I can't prove it.
Just as I thought.
But if we hear more of Detective Atney's testimony... Unfortunately, that's as far as you go, Mr. Trite. What do you mean? I won't allow for any more testimony. That's what I mean. What? Have you forgotten? Luke Atney is here after we interrupted his own trial. And you failed to prove that he committed the murder. I think it's time for this witness to return to his own trial and face his guilty verdict as mask to mask. No.
Well, now, sir, it seems that love everyone's out in this wind after all. I am Mr. Detective Damask. My verdict will verify that, just as Ron Delight will verify that he is a true murderer. Murderer! I declare with my full force of my ace detectiveness.
Not an ace detective anymore, bro.
Order in the court. That's enough deliberation over this witness.
I can't believe this. At this rate, Ron is... Don't give up now, Nick. We still have tomorrow. We can look for more evidence and... By then, it'll be too late. Huh? Why? Double jeopardy. One of the basic rules of any court clause. Double jeopardy?
Should a defendant be tried and found innocent in court, the defendant cannot be tried again for the same crime. This is a fundamental rule of all courts, and it applies to this witness as it applies so much to everyone else.
Mr. Atney will be found guilty in a matter of minutes. Guilty as mask to mask, which means...
He will be innocent as far as the murder of Kane Bullard is concerned.
Man, this shows you just how well he thought this out, right? No way.
The fact that you were unable to prove Mr. Atney's guilt of the crime here is never tried against Kane Bullard's murder.
Now there's nothing I can possibly do to win. Even as Ron is proclaimed to be innocent, the real killer, Luke Atney, will go free.
You have cross-examined every statement the witness has made here today. As long as there's no more testimony, I'm afraid I have declared there are no further questions of this witness. Are there any objections? I hereby end the cross-examination of Luke Atney.
I think I see it. Your Honor, when you were a child, who's talking? Who do we think is talking? I'm thinking it's Mia. Mia. Your Honor, when you were a child, this is what was on your report card every year. Has poor hearing and often makes mistakes as a result.
How did you...
Phoenix, raise your head up high. Have you forgotten what I used to tell you? A lawyer is someone who smiles, no matter how bad it gets. That voice. No way. Long time no see, Phoenix. Mia! This is the true power of the Korean channeling technique. I know that it's really Maya who's standing before me, but right now, she's my mentor, Mia Fey. Now, let's do this. But there's nothing more we can do, Mia. Without any more testimony, I can't cross-examine. Not yet. The testimony's not over yet. What do you mean? Your Honor! Just now you said something very interesting. You have cross-examined every statement the witness has made here today.
Yeah, well, that's true, but...
Unfortunately, Your Honor, you're forgetting something. Earlier, after the last cross-examination, this witness made a number of remarks.
Well, now, sir lawyer, it seems that love wins out in the end after all. I am the ace detective as well as Master Mask. My verdict will verify that, just as Ron Delights will verify he's the true murderer. I declare that with my full force of my ace detectiveness, sir. Yes, but those comments appear to have no importance whatsoever.
Very well. Then we shall prove the importance via cross-examination. At any rate, as long as the witness has made these remarks, we, the defense, assert our right to question them. Is that all right with you, prosecutor?
Is something the matter, Mr. Godot?
Nothing.
So, lawyer, looks like you're one step too late. If you think such falsehoods would do anything to me, look at her.
Let's hear it. It's true that the witness made some remarks. So then, let's hear this last bit of cross-examination.
Mr. Godot, what are you? Very well then, Mr. Look at me. I'm going to allow the defense to cross-examine your earlier remarks.
The defense would like to hear you declare the defendant to be... would like to hear why you declared the defendant to be the true murderer.
So please give us one last bit of testimony.
Phoenix, this is it. Our absolute last chance. Yes, Chief.
Indeed, it's true that I was not at Rory Teller. I had to see about another vitally important job, of course. I had known about the tape beforehand, so I had this photograph ready. My brilliant deduction was what informed me that the true culprit was Ron Delight. And thanks to the key card in the wallet, it was abundantly clear it was there. I was also able to make the deduction from my butter. From the butter, which only sounded once, but the button did not have any fingerprints on it. Why? The victim would have left his prints on if he sounded it, which means the killer sounded it. Mr. Delight was wearing his Master Mask outfit, which is why he left no prints. And the blackmail letter, the victim likely just mistook the color of the tool. Svadi. Therefore, all the evidence points to that poor boy.
This testimony actually seems to hold up pretty well. No.
Witness's testimony remarks to have not appear to have been hastily prepared. All of his points have been explained, none of them seems to contradict anything. But of course. But how did you know about the emergency buzzer? The police investigation documents went through me. I always overlook all the documents. It's elementary, Sir Lawyer.
Are you going to make even more trouble for us now, Sir Lawyer?
I will not allow you to use any of your usual shenanigans, Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor.
We cannot postpone Luke's Artemis trial any longer. This is your last chance.
Hang on a second, just one chance? It seems like that party's about to begin. Well, Phoenix, there isn't any evidence that contradicts with that testimony. So it would seem. What do you mean it would seem? Listen, Phoenix, pointing out contradictions doesn't always mean you have to present evidence, does it? At any rate, this is our last chance. If you can't point out a case-breaking contradiction, you lose. That's all there is to it. 19 cups of coffee. Cup number 17, the last cup. Well, we repressed things, bro. And guess what? That's not your 17th cup of coffee. We repressed information we had already, which brought up his same dialogue for the same piece of things. Therefore, we witnessed him take another drink. But I'm sure the game considers one interaction. You can interact the same interaction 5 billion times, so it counts as one. It seems like the time has come to put the trial to an end to this trial. He probably had hidden copies under the table too, bro, right? I have to find a fatal contradiction in this testimony, and I need to point it out without presenting evidence. Which means all I can do is find the contradictory mark and press it. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. Sure, let's do that. So I can't just press all of them. Remember, you only get one chance. I think we should present our badge.
Very well, Miss Wright. Please begin your cross-examination.
The last testimony.
Indeed, it is true that I was not at home I had to leave to see another vitally important job request. I had known about the day beforehand, so I had this photograph ready. My brilliant deduction was what informed me that the true culprit was Ron DeLita. And thanks to the key card and wallet, it was abundantly clear who was there. I was also able to make deduction from the buzzer, which only sounded once. The button did not have any fingerprints on it. Why? The victim would have left fingerprints of his son. Which means the killer sounded it.
Does that not sound odd to anybody else? That, I mean... that doesn't make any sense. Ron DeLite. Boop, 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 boop. Take that, Kane Bullard! Oh no! Let me hit the emergency button to let everybody know I'm here! Beep! Oh man, I should knock myself unconscious so I really look I'm problematic. Mr. Adme, about this last remark.
Objection!
You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Trey? That might be wrong, but I mean, it's a contradiction, it seems to be. This isn't the time to pressing the witness on every little statement. What? Every little statement? I literally chose one statement to press, and it was like 5 in. What? I said this before. There's still one thing you haven't proven. That this scum was in Kane Bullard's office that night. Oh my word, he called him scum! Bro, he called him scum! Whoa! What's with the insults all of a sudden?
And now, not to drink my last cup.
Cup of coffee. That was wrong! So that was wrong. So that was the wrong statement to press. Isn't that a contradiction? Guys, isn't that a contradiction? Am I thinking wrong for that?
I see no important room for misinterpretation of the facts. This court finds the defendant Ron DeLite guilty.
Oh no, I just got banned from Francis's chat, guys. Dang it.
Guilty!
You know, you know what you could do, Francis? You could turn that into an animated emoji. You could totally turn that into an animated emoji, like, you know, like one of these BTTV emojis, bro. You could totally turn the guilty verdict into a little animated emoji that we can use on your stream. It'd be maybe it would work. I don't know. Maybe it would be too small. Maybe it would be too small, but it would be funny. Or add 3 of them. Okay, wait. New idea. You do 3 of them. The first 2 have empty space for a certain amount of time. So you have like GI, then the other 2. So you have GU, and then you have them separated in 3, and then the animations of second and third are delayed. So they take a little bit more longer time to complete, so that you can actually have it go across the board when using it right. But it would take 3 different emojis for that. So I don't know if you'd do that, but thinking about how it could be seen on a larger emoji. Yeah, and they would all have to be played together always. They wouldn't be able to be played without each other, because then they wouldn't make any sense. Which means that all I can do is press it. Doable, but 3 is a lot. Yes, 3 is a lot. I don't think that would be. Well, I think 2 would probably be better in that case. But if you could make it look good with just 1 emoji and have it go guilty, I wonder if that would be awesome. If that would look good. Dude, that would be such a funny BTT episode. Since you do, then everybody can do guilty if somebody gets banned. Guilty! Not at Lordly Taylor. Had to leave. Another vitally important job request. That's a contradiction to what he said before. I kind of want to press this one, actually. Bum, bum, bum. Button did not have any fingerprints, which means the killer sounded it. But why would the killer sound it? Oh, so this is... Oh, wait. Oh, I pressed the wrong one, didn't I? I think this is the one, which means the killer sounded it. That's a contradiction. Why would the killer sound it? So that's a contradiction right there. I don't know if that's the right one. This is the one I contradicted, which I guess makes sense. We only got one. But I'm very curious of what he means by this. He had to leave Lordly Manor because he had another vitally important job request. So he wasn't at Lordly Manor. He was doing some other job that we don't know about. I want to press this one. Let's press this one. If this one's not right, then we go to the other one. Mr. Atme, about this... Oh, no.
Objection!
No! Dang it, bro. It forces us to go through this whole thing. I'm gonna have to get a guilty verdict literally every time I guess wrong, bro. Come on. Just let me go back to my save. Is that really necessary, bro? Highly unnecessary. You bullied frogs? How dare you bully frogs? Alright. Why would the killer sound the buzzer? I'm curious. No, that's not it either, bro. And again, I can't. There's no. I can't pull up options here. We just have to go through the whole thing and lose the points. Okay, so neither of those is the answer. Even though they are kind of contradictory. But they're apparently not the answer. So... And it said I couldn't present evidence. Said I could not present evidence. I only can press. I can't. Presenting evidence is not gonna help me. The first one? And what am I contradicting? My question now becomes is, what am I trying to contradict? I'm trying to contradict with his own words? I can't use any evidence I have, so it can't be using any of my evidence that he contradicts, right? It has to be, I have to contradict him in his own testimony? I mean, there's so many things that can be, I would consider contradictions within this. Maybe that one. All the evidence points to that point. That's a contradiction. This might be a contradiction. I mean, that seems like a contradiction. So both of these final ones seem like contradiction. But I don't think this one's. Maybe this is one, but that would be a loose contradiction. Let's try this one, and then I guess when this one's wrong, we'll try the other one. That's wrong. Objection. I guess we'll object to the final one. What's the connection? What is the connection? I'm gonna try the last one, even though it probably isn't it either. And it wasn't it.
Objection!
Wasn't it, bro? Aggressive keyboard typing. Very aggressive keyboarding. Don't drop it again. I don't know. I don't know. Like, I already presented, like, several contradictions here, but it's because it's not the exact one that it wants me to use. It wants me to use a specific contradiction. It doesn't want me to use all the contradictions I remember that we just went through. It wants me to use some specific contradiction that I guess is within his words that he's saying specifically. I mean, I guess, how would he know that? Maybe, how would he know that Mr. Delight was in his mask outfit? I guess. Yeah. I mean, that is a contradiction. I guess that's probably the most contradictory thing we've seen so far, so let's try it. Mr. Abney. Oh, no.
Objection!
Wait, we have options. What? We have options. We have options right now. This options, when we get it wrong, we don't get this option, so this must be right? It's the same exact dialogue, though. I'm afraid you're still the one who doesn't get it. Oh, okay, so it is the right one, but it uses the same dialogue as if we got it wrong, bro. I'm afraid you're the one who still doesn't get it. What? Mr. Abney, seems you finally admitted that you were in the CEO's office on the night of the murder. Yeah, because he didn't know for sure that he was... I mean, he couldn't know that he was in the mask-to-mask outfit. So, I mean, it makes sense. How could you say that? Let's review your testimony, shall we, Mr. Atney? The button did not have any fingerprints on it. Why? Mr. Delight was wearing his mask-to-mask outfit. Is that correct? Indeed, that's what I said. My deductions are absolutely foolproof. More like your deductions prove that you're a fool. I'm sorry, whatever do you mean? For some reason, I'm starting to get really thirsty. When exactly did we learn this fact? Ron Delight was dressed as mask to mask when he went to the scene of the crime. That was it was just a few hours ago. Back when my sixth cup was looking at me with a cold stare. Huh? Oh, did I forget to mention that before? I'm sorry. I just have never mentioned it up until now. That's right. The defendant had yet to tell anyone the fact before this morning. Therefore, the only people who should have known this are those who have been watching this trial. Do you understand now, Detective Abney? There's no way that you should have known about that. You were in the courtroom, being tried as mask to mask. So then, enlighten us. How did you get that piece of information?
Objection!
Come on, the detective must have known about it. He probably had plenty of chances to find out beforehand. Well, yeah. He said he read all the documents. So that's true. Is that what we heard from him before, is that he read all the documents and all the police reports go through him, right? So, well, maybe he didn't have a chance. No, because he wasn't brought on trial and thought about this. He would have had a chance to read the police reports if he was doing it beforehand. After the murder. No, maybe not. Maybe not. Because the murder would happen the day later. Maybe he wouldn't have had a chance to read their reports. And it's those chances I want to discuss next. That night, Mr. Delight was wearing his mask-to-mask outfit. There is one, and only one way, for Detective Atney to find that out. Only one? One way, you say. Please recall, if you will, Mr. Delight's testimony. When I entered this office, there was a suspicious shadow there. For a second, my client witnessed the real killer.
Objection!
Objection!
But Mr. Delight never saw his attacker. So, there's no way to tell whether he was the real killer. The real killer was Luke Abney. It's with that statement, I'll turn to this case on its head. Just what are you implying? Mr. Delight saw the real killer, correct? Now, if you turn that statement around, stands to reason that the real killer had seen Ron Delight. Impossible. Detective Abney, you saw Master Mask, the murder scene that night. You saw him when you killed Kane Bullard and assaulted Ron Delight. That was the only way you could have known what Ron was wearing.
Take a good look, everyone. Unable to find no powerful word in my genius. I was forced to create one myself. Here I am.
It's like the same thing.
It's a shame I knew gave yesterday.
But I think there's a little bit more meaning behind it this time.
Ooh-hee, ooh. Ah-ha-ha, ooh-hee, ooh-hee. What an awfully complicated incident. Kane Bullard was blackmailing Luke Abney, who was in turn blackmailing Ron Delight.
Wait. When were we given the info that Kane was blackmailing Luke Abney? I actually remember hearing something about that, but what? Where's the... He was blackmailing... Oh, okay. From the blackmail letter that Ron had. But that still doesn't explain why Ron had the blackmail letter. Because he sent it to the wrong person. But if he knew who he was, how could he possibly send it to the wrong person? And if he didn't, and if he sent it to the wrong person, then how did he know to go there? Was the letter put in Ron's place? It must have been put there after. Abney must have put it in in Ron's house, so that Ron would see it and go there, so that it could be set up. I'm confused. To frame him. But when did Luke Abney get a chance to put it inside his house? Did he give it to Ron? Like, was it a piece of mail? Maybe just put it in their mailbox. Just like,
bloop. Upon killing his blackmailer, Luke Abney tried to frame Ron Delight.
He was sending him blackmail before that. Yes. So he resent the same blackmail letter that was written to him. The key defining things. He sent, I mean, I guess if he wanted to get caught, it kind of makes sense. But, like, that blackmail letter only is, like, the key piece of putting him in jail. So, he must have really wanted to go to jail, I guess.
Upon killing the blackmailer, Luke Abney tried to frame Ron Delight, and when he claimed to be guilty as Master Mask in order to escape his true crime.
And to that end, he came up with his plan to use the double jeopardy rule when making his alibi.
At any rate, it would seem we finally found the truth.
Excuse me.
Our campaign is fairly close to besmirching the record of a young man.
Third time he said this.
besmirching him with the title of murderer or thief.
Don't ignore me.
I didn't realize you were there.
Why wouldn't he be? About the verdict.
I know you never committed any murder.
That's right. I'm so glad that you understand that. But I really am a Damask.
Huh?
So, thanks to the trial yesterday, I'm innocent now, right? What was it you said? A double jeopardy?
Now that you mention it.
Oh, you got him. Because they're trying Luke at me as mask to mask, that means that Ron gets away scot-free for being the actual thief. I've been careless. That's a funny twist. I like that. That's funny. Careless? What do you think, Mia?
As the defendant says, the rule of double jeopardy is absolute.
Yo, GG Ron. Ron is the true mastermind, clearly. That's so funny.
A defendant can never be tried twice for a crime in which he was once found innocent.
Then, Mask to Mask is really innocent?
It would seem so. For now.
Well, he'll probably steal stuff in the future. I mean, he's still husband to Desi, right?
Now the Tickle or defense defendant.
Not guilty. Yay! Woohoo!
Boy, this is really lucky. Wait, this isn't good after all. I still am the mask after all. You did it, Phoenix.
Thanks, Mia. It's been a long time, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's because Maya doesn't call on me much these days.
Oh?
I'm just joking, Phoenix. Don't take everything so seriously. But on the other hand, Maya, she seems kind of torn these days.
You mean about becoming the master of Karayan channeling school?
Becoming the master means saying goodbye to our mother.
Misty Fave, right?
Watch over her, will you, Phoenix?
Of course.
Well then, see you around.
Mia.
Mr. Wright. I don't know what to say.
Congratulations, Mr. Delight.
Thank you so much. No, wait, it's nothing really matters anymore. Now that he's happy. Come on, just be happy already.
Maya.
You've been cleared of murder charges and got mask off to boot. But in exchange, I lost everything. Huh? What do you mean? Stealing security information from my KB security, becoming a masker of the mask. I did it all for one reason. For her.
You mean your wife, Desiree?
She hates the criminals more than anything.
Come to think that she was once held hostage by some robbers, wasn't she?
She always said that she hated sneaky criminals. I knew that, but once I got fired from KB and lost all the money I had, she wouldn't have had any reason to stay with me. I thought she would leave me for sure.
That's why you became Mask to Mask.
Yes, but it's all over now. A broken bone can never be put back together.
Clearly, you haven't seen this base.
That's not true, right, Nick?
Right.
Really? Can we go back to the way things were? You'll be fine, and Nick can prove it.
I can. What kind of wish would you check with me? I kind of wish you would check me with it first. Boom.
The sacred urn. Desi was the one who found these.
Desiree, your wife, she always believed in you, Ron. That's why you'll be fine. You don't have anything to worry about.
Ah, there you are.
Mr. Light.
You did it, Ronnie. You're innocent. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. I thank you. I appreciate it, but I suppose that you don't want anything to do with me anymore, do you? Rodney, why didn't you talk to me about what was going on? I had no idea you quit KB Security. I never imagined that you were really Master Mask either. Mr. Light, what are you going to do now that you know? You're not really going to leave him, are you? Come on, it's obvious, isn't it? How could I ever let a wonderful man like him get away? After all, my back's really fast. So fast, there's no way he ever could get away.
But didn't you say that you hated criminals?
Oh, I only hate people who act cowardly and sneaky. Like that detective.
I see.
My Ronnie and went and declared his crimes before he committed them. Like a man. Just love a man who's so chivalrous. Chivalrous? I was right about you. Every day I spend with you is filled with thrills and excitement. Yes.
Desiree, you really do love Ron, don't you?
Nicky boy,
Yeah?
I'm really glad I asked you to defend my Ronnie. Thank you so much. I'll never forget what you've done for us.
Oh, well, take care of yourself.
You too, Nicky boy.
I can feel my face going red.
Mr. Nick, Mystic Maya, congratulations! Huh?
Talk about bad timing.
Mr. Nick, how could you? With another man's wife in front of Mystic Maya, I'll never forgive you, never ever!
Knocked unconscious by a child.
So, just as the case came to a close.
So did my consciousness. Yes! Pearl knocked him unconscious. That's funny.
Ron said, a broken bowl can never be put back together. But I know that's not true. I mean, just look.
Aw.
Here's a perfect example of one that was put back together even better than before.
Sure. It really adds character. I mean, it's missing the whole soul of their ancient ancestor in it. That minor thing. But hey, at least they put the worthless vase back together. That's the important part. A brand new episode was added. Oh, Maya has changed. Maya is a maid. Maidly Maya. Maya la maid. Made in Maya. Dude. Okie dokie, guys. That is it for Mick today. Man. We went through it. I had problems with some of the thingamajig. I think what Kat was suggesting, I think satisfies enough for me to not just get I'm just gonna accept that I missed this part and I accepted the wrong jewel as being evidence. I accepted. I saw the jewel as being the jewel that he was given, the same jewel he found or he recovered, which is probably the key piece of information rather than a separate jewel. And then connecting that with the department store, it does make more sense than where I was in my head with it prior to that. Because yeah, let's go ahead and do a raid today, guys. Raid. Thank you guys so much for joining and hanging out. It's been a lot of fun. Tomorrow, what's tomorrow? Friday? Maybe we do more. Maybe I do something else tomorrow. We'll see. Maybe. We'll see. But today, let's go do a raid. You guys want to go raid zombie raid? Raid. Let's go raid, yeah. Zombie, we haven't raided in a little while. She's playing Sims 4. You guys wanna go say hi? You could go say hi. You guys wanna go say hi? That should be fun. I don't see anybody doing any sort of anything like what we're doing. Okay, let's just go raid zombie today. Let's go raid zombie. And zombie, yes, zombie. Thank you guys so much for joining and hanging out. And being here, it's super duper awesome having. Oh, I don't have her volume on. I didn't even have her volume on. Let me do a hashtag me right in there. Look at Tiger Francis. Thank you guys so much for joining in that raid. You guys are awesome. I will see you guys tomorrow morning
What
for
the fuck?
some Phoenix, probably, and then.
Okay, give it to me. Give it to me. Give it to me. Give it to me. Oh, he's tired.
Cat's doing a stream tonight, so I'll probably see you
But
guys
I want my
over there.
first kiss. I don't care if.
Okay,
it's
guys.
No. I didn't get my woohoo.
She's trying to get a woohoo. That's
Oh,
fine.
I guess it was like 11.
Okay, guys, I will see you guys tomorrow.
Yeah, you gotta go to the bathroom, don't you?
Until then, unless I do something later tonight, we'll have to see. I need to make videos. I'm working on videos. That's what I need to do.
Come on, you got this.
I'll see you guys
can do it,
tomorrow.
babe.
Until then, stay amazing. Sleep well.